71 entries, just 7 players remain, each of them chasing the $156,000 first place prize and, of course, the trophy and title of MSPT champion. We're live today from one of poker's premier destinations on the Las Vegas Strip. The stakes are high, the pressure is real, and someone's life is about to change. There you see the payouts on your screen there. The final 7 players guaranteed $32,000. My name is Donnie Peters. It is a pleasure to welcome you guys into the show today. Samuel Bifarella, a big chip lead, $13.7 million for him. A couple of shorties too, working with 12 and 11 big blinds, so could be some ICM, implications to start. So let's keep an eye on that. We'll see how these players proceed. I would expect Bifarella, just kind of comes out swinging.
30 minutes.
At least that's what the chip leader should do.
Okay. It's going to be going up.
Button stays twice.
For those of you tuning in on YouTube, especially those on the Venetian Poker Live YouTube channel, greatly appreciate you guys tuning in. Let's go. Let's have a day.
And raise to 250. $250,000.
Raised right out of the gate here from Akimov. Makes it 250K. We are playing 60K, 120K on the blinds. Ohanyan makes the call in position with a queen jack of diamonds. That queen jack is, of course, dominated by the king jack of Akimov, but suited, you do get to play in position. Ace, queen, 9. Ohanyan improves to a pair of queens and takes the lead. First to act here, Akimov. Ace high texture, so he's going to lead.
250,000.
250.
You got it.
And Ohanyan gives it up right away, not willing to call and peel. There was a diamond on the flop, also backdoor straight possibilities.
Thank you.
But I guess reading that as strength from Akimov, and King Queen here for Brett Bader. Comes in with a raise to 300,000. Here's a first look at our chip leader, Samuel Bifarella here in the big blind. Jack 6 off, not willing to play with. Brett Bader takes that pot. An entrepreneur out of Coconut Creek, Florida. At least that's where he calls home right now, originally from Long Island. Plans for the prize money? Spend it on my daughter. I'm in for that. Daughter myself, so spoil them girls. Let's go. Russell asking in the chat, no Tristan. Nope, flying solo today. I mean, this guy, Tristan, right? He keeps making day twos of these poker tournaments that he's playing. I don't really understand. Not that I'm out here rooting for the guy to lose. Of course, want my guy to win. Want him to win big. But you're making me do a lot of talking on my own. Burleaku here.
Is there any
Makes
commentators
it 300 with 9.
I don't know.
Who commentates?
There's commentary. Yeah, guess there is.
Me.
MSPT?
We are.
I'm commentating.
We are.
You guys are certainly welcome to talk, of course. Fill the air as much as you would like. So 1,171 entries in this one before we got to this 7-handed final table. Just a couple of notable eliminations.
Or final table second time.
10th place, Kevin Theodore.
I think like 3 or 4 times.
Greg
That's only one
Himmelbrand,
final table.
17th place. Justin Peachy, 21st. Timur Margolin, 24th. Spencer Champlin, 25th. Here folding over to Akimov in the small blind. He's just going to complete. King 7 suited for
All in.
Ohanyan, and he's going to jam. Look at that. Taking advantage there. Picking up some chips. Every chip counts in a poker tournament. You got to win them all. Ohanyan out of LA lists himself as an investor. This tournament here, this MSPT $1,100 buy-in event, is part of the Deep Stack Championship Poker Series that is running right now at the Venetian Resort Las Vegas. Nearly $21 million guaranteed across the entire series, and they have buy-ins for everyone, from $200 all the way up to $5K. There are 9 live stream final tables. We've already done, well, we've done 1 already. It was on Sunday. Josh Reichard won it. This is the second of those 9. So for the fans at home that may not be able to come out here to Las Vegas and experience this great room, just tune in. Aplenty during the summer for live stream final tables. Also on Wednesdays, we have, of course, Brian Oken and JRB's 100, 200 no-limit hold'em cash game.
300.
And if you are in the area, either now or if you plan on coming to Vegas in the near future, pop on into Venetian and let's play some cards. The series is running through the end of July.
That was unfortunate.
And
Yeah,
look
that
at
was
that from Ohanyan, getting out of the way with the King Jack. Good discipline there, especially against a button open. I mean, I would have put some extra chips in there, but he sniffed something out and was able to get away from that one unscathed. Akimov, of course, actually does have a very good hand on the button. This isn't just a position raise.
Yeah.
I don't know why the dealer didn't say anything.
Yeah, it's dealer's fault from now on.
Raise 300,000.
Bifarella finally going to get involved as the big chip leader. Not that he's had anything really to play with so far, but here with an ace makes it 300 to go, and action falls on Ohanyan with a better ace, ace-jack. And he's going to
Raise
attack.
750,000.
3-bet up to 750K. And Bader finds ace-queen suited in the big blind. Look at this. Bader working with 25, 26 big blinds. Now, of course, you would probably need to assess some strength to Ohanyan as the 3-better here, but, you know, think that he is attacking the chip leader, who could be opening a little bit wide. Therefore, maybe Ohanyan is 3-betting slightly wider than normal. But Bader does put the ace-queen suited in the muck.
Nah, I may look stupid on the stream for that one. I made a big fold.
How big?
Very big.
Ace queen. Or 10.
Burleaku knows.
You can say it, it's easier.
Bader saying, you'll see it later. Appreciate everyone who is tuning in to this edition of Venetian
Oh, the
Poker
kings,
Live.
right?
$1,100
Yeah,
buy-in MSPT tournament is what you are watching today. My name is Donnie
Maybe
Peters.
fold kings.
Welcome to the
Oh, you
show.
had him.
If you haven't done so already, let's hit that like button. Let's start getting these engagement stats up. Don't forget to subscribe to the Venetian Poker Live YouTube channel. Tons and tons and tons of streaming. Not only all summer long, all year long.
Okay.
Bifarella here, ace-6 of diamonds. Certainly suitable for another raise. Makes it 300. Nemeskeri-Kiss with king, queen suited out of the big blind. And given his stack size, I would imagine this is just a 3-bet jam.
Call.
Well, he's going to opt to play it as a call.
Play like 8 numbers, right? Started with 1.265.
And he flops good. King, 10, 8. Also one spade out there to give him some
So there is
backdoor
5
protection.
blues.
These are all 20. These are all 100k.
800
Yeah,
total.
yeah, there is nothing. Okay, okay.
And I have 2 oranges left.
Chip leader just trying to get a read on the stack he's playing against. Goes check, check. 9 of hearts on the turn.
All in.
All in.
And Nemeskeri comes with a jam here, and he's going to win it. Nemeskeri-Kiss out of Cleveland, Ohio. I mean, this one kind of strikes a chord with me. He says, he's asked, do you have any poker peeves? And he says, poker commentators. My man, come on. What's the deal? What did I do to you? What did any of us do to you?
You got the wrong color out.
15.
I put 3 of the brown.
Oh.
3 browns.
Easier, yeah.
Oops. I had to try, right?
There's nobody watching.
I'll just work stack spied out.
Big fold again.
Nah.
All in.
All in.
Nemeskeri-Kiss with king, queen again. This time off suit variety, and he's just going to rip it in from the small blind. Rieder cannot call.
Button's correct.
Thank you. Yeah, I have to wait for the shuffler. Okay. Alright.
Couple of fours here for Ohanyan.
$335,000.
Kicks it up to 335. Once again, nothing to play for our chip leader out of the big blind, so Ohanyan takes that one down. Burleaku here, ace, 9 of spades. Would anticipate a raise.
300,000.
There it is. King queen here for Akimov in the big blind.
And call.
Comes with a call. Ace 3-3 with a couple of diamonds. 2 pair for Burleaku.
$175,000.
Continuation bet of 175K. Akimov decides to peel. 10 of hearts on the turn.
Check.
Akimov adding a gut shot straight draw to Broadway here, but Burleaku still very much best. 1.175 million in the middle. Checks back. 10 of spades on the river. Curious how Akimov approaches this now, left playing the board. And he's gonna bet at it.
250,000.
250, so going pretty small here.
Call.
Call made. Akimov shows that he is, in fact, playing the board ace-9 tabled for Burleaku, and he's going to take this one. Climb up over 5 million in chips.
You have ginger ale? Do that, yeah.
Can I get tea? Hot tea.
Little player bio here on Andre Rieder, hometown, Las Vegas, Nevada. He's a big basketball fan. About 350K in winnings. We'll see if he can add a nice chunk to that. First place in this tournament, $156,000. Rieder, mostly a cash game player per his bio. But here, of course, making a run. And when you do so in a field of almost 1,200 entries, I think it's safe to say you got some chops.
This is live over there?
Oh, wow.
Just
How?
no cards
No.
Oh, no
No,
card.
without
Obviously, no whole cards.
Right, makes
for a
sense.
half hour.
Makes sense.
Raise to 300,000.
300K on the button from our chip leader holding
Yeah,
Jack
it was
10.
Did I make a
Yeah.
mistake?
See what you're folding?
Yeah.
Big fold.
My big fold, yeah.
Oh,
I'd do it again. Every time.
No action.
Two short stacks, every time.
thank you.
Watch myself folding over there.
Oh,
Ohanyan gonna limp the small blind, and he's doing so right into the jacks of Burleaku in the big.
How much you play?
$3.6 maybe?
Nine.
raise to 900,000.
Big
Quick
raise.
fold out of Ohanyan there.
Shut the door down. Berries.
Yeah.
All in.
All in.
Jam from Rieder here. Ace 6. Being as short as he is, understandable to find an ace and go with it. And Ohanyan's got king, queen off. And he's going to elect to give that up and get out of the way.
730.
Yes.
It's a suited ace in the big for Bader, and he makes the call. Rieder is in a dominating position, yes, but also plenty of opportunity here for this one to get chopped, given how low these kickers are. So
Shot.
I'm cool with that.
I had some paint. 2 paints I folded.
2 kings.
No, paint. Paint. Picture.
Pictures.
2 pictures? Surprise fold.
Not pictures.
Good.
Queen jack.
I mean, that's one of them.
queen 8-3. Ohanyan would have flopped top pair with that king queen. Another diamond here on the turn.
Does anybody have a diamond?
Yeah.
That favors Rieder. He's got the ace of diamonds in his hand.
Ooh,
Deuce of diamonds on the end, so flush for Rieder. He's going to score the double up here. Get himself back to nearly 1.7 million.
diamonds.
Okay.
See? Good fold.
Yeah.
Bad call by me.
Still, the
that's a
short
push.
stack is Rieder, but has a little bit more breathing room now that he was able to secure
jack.
that double up.
Something like that. I had a queen. Yeah.
King queen.
Probably a call. If I have more, I call.
King queen. King queen.
You could have saved me some chips. You call, I fold.
I go with my feelings. I didn't feel it.
All right.
No, if I had more, I call. If I had like,
Burn card.
if I had like 500,000 more, I call.
7 of hearts.
Want to be on my chip now.
Raise 300,000.
What was that saying? Oh.
And Bader gives up the ace jack. Interesting there, especially when you consider that Bifarella is the chip leader. Has already shown at least one time that he's opening wide enough to raise fold to a 3-bet, so
Call.
Nemeskeri-Kiss makes the call here out of the big blind with an ace 4 suited. King deuce deuce.
Check.
2 spades.
$175,000.
Flop lag.
Rome in the chat saying, someone get these boys some coffee. Well, cocktails did just come on in, so we'll see if it comes back with some brew. It does feel early. It does. I know it's 12:30 here in Vegas, which is the middle of the day, but it still feels early. I've got a coffee in my hand as well.
How much you have now? 1.3?
1.385 behind.
How much you have now?
2.6.
Call.
Limp from the small blind from Nemeskeri-Kiss. Rieder checks his option. 10-8-3. Couple of clubs here.
Check.
Check through to a 6 of diamonds on the turn. Rieder pairs a 6, takes the lead here. Check again. Jack on the river.
Check. King high.
Check, and the pair of 6s is going to work.
In what?
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Luke.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You can just put it there. Thanks. Thanks.
Raise.
Burleaku makes it 300 with ace-queen. Akimov defends the 5-4 of diamonds out of the big blind. And it comes 8-5-4, 2 pair for Akimov.
Check.
Starts with a check.
Check.
Checks. Players see the 3 of diamonds added to the board on the turn. Would expect Akimov now to start getting some chips in this pot, get some value from this 2 pair. $8.25 out there. Looks like $5.75.
575. 575?
Tough spot here for Burleaku with just ace-queen high. This type of texture here is going to favor the big blind quite often, and Burleaku gets out of the way and doesn't lose any more chips on that hand. Akimov sitting second in chips, 7.5 million. Bifarella still up on top, 13.25 million. Final 7 players from an 1,171 entry field here at the Venetian. $1,100 buy-in. This group is guaranteed $32,000. Up top, $156,000. Rock Strong asking, as it pertains to this last hand, you know, what is Akimov targeting? He's targeting a lot of ace highs.
Raise.
Even some king highs there that might check back. You know, ace queen, ace jack. Even some ace king checkbacks, king queen, stuff like that. Those hands may elect to peel. You know, kind of depends on the opponent, how sticky they are. As Cali Funk says in the chat, I too would like to welcome all the chat pros in the chat. I appreciate you guys. Everyone can have an opinion. Let's just keep it clean and fun. Bifarella here, 9-8 suited. In the cutoff as the chip leader, I would expect to raise.
Raise 300.
Burleaku not going to play the Jack-9 offsuit. So slow proceedings here so far. Of course, we did see one all-in and call. That was when Rieder doubled up with ace-6 against Bader's ace-deuce. But other than that, it's been pretty tame so far. These players are playing for big money. There's an $8,000 pay jump right now. A couple shorter stacks too, so some of these middling stacks, you know, a little bit unwilling to get too active. Also, just card distribution, you know, hasn't really been any big coolers or anything like that, so. Earl asking, why is the payout so low? With 1,100 runners, first should be way more. I don't think so. I mean, a little over $1 million in the prize pool. 150K, 15% of the prize pool seems pretty standard for poker today.
425.
Burleaku going to take this queen-6 upstairs, 425 from the small blind. Doesn't really want to limp fold a hand like this. It's a bit too disconnected to have to play out of position. Queen high also probably too good to just put in the muck. The queen does have some blocking properties for some better hands for your opponent, so opting to just raise here. Peter does have a nice hand to be able to call in position, 10-7 suited, and he does so. Jack 6-3, rainbow. There is one club present. Pair of sixes right now for Burlaku in the lead. Let's see if he continues with the aggression. Again, he did raise out of the small blind.
250.
250, quarter pot. Somewhat of a tricky spot here for Bader. You know, he could possibly call, given this bet size, try and pick up, you know, an 8 or 9, another club on the turn. Maybe it then goes check and he can realize some equity. But the fact that he does have just 2 million back, so a little bit on the shorter side, it makes this a little bit more delicate. And he is just gonna give it up. And that, I think, is really just a factor of that stack size. You know, Bader, if he's a bit deeper, let's say he's on 3 million, 4 million, maybe he peels there to that small bet on the flop. Tries to see an advantageous card on the turn, but he doesn't really want to jeopardize his spot when the two players to his left, Nemeskeri-Kiss and Rieder, are both shorter than him. Aaron saying, I love the chip colors. The Venetian tournament chip set is among one of the best I've ever seen. I believe they have a couple different tournament chip sets, and all of the colors just pop. It really bugs me, grinds my gears, when the chips are a little bit too close to one another in color and things can get confused. But here, very distinct for all the different denominations. Absolutely love it.
That's 3 in a row, you know. Raise my big blind.
That was a break.
Camera, I mean, Mike's.
Telefon gözden hay.
So players are going to pop out for a short break here. Don't go too far because we will be back in just about 10 minutes.
You're really hoping to get value from ace-jack here, like a suited ace, like an ace-x of spades that floated. Maybe a jack-10, king-10 type hand.
Peter has been playing extremely loose and aggressive. He is just not in the mood to fold.
But Was might be targeting hands like ace-10, right? Ace-jack typically, and like I said, just some suited ace-x, but he might not want, you know, Peter's just tormented here, and I just don't know if Was has that many bluffs when you get this kind of run out. So I think Peter could comfortably make a fold here, but it hurts.
This does not look like the kind of man who wants to fold. I think he's trying to give himself reasons to call here, even though he probably knows that he's better off folding. We've all been there.
Yeah, look, Was has been mixing up. He's been splashing around. He's been playing a lot of pots, so
Oh,
look
man.
at the face of determination
You can
on
feel
Peter.
it. You can just feel it.
There's just no pathway here to victory. This could be the best Hollywooding ever, but Was
I
is
mean,
not
we
gonna
know
go
this
anywhere.
is genuine. Peter is genuinely thinking about proceeding in the hand. Wasserson has shown a variety of bluffs. probably going through his mind. And he moves
Sometimes
all
I
in.
translate the change, but this time I'll translate the body language. This is free roll from Charles.
Wasserson with the great turn bet. It
roll
induces
from
action from
Charles.
two nines for only 40K. I mean, jeez.
I mean,
Crazy.
142 in the middle.
Up to you. Up to you.
And running it twice with 95% equity for 143K pot Remco.
No.
Peter
就跟我了。
chasing some
小
losses.
对子。
Didn't want to believe that Wasserson had it.
Peter win.
First one goes to Wasserson. Just one out for
Nice.
Peter here, the 9 of clubs. 5 of hearts on the second board, and Wasserson is going to scoop an absolutely enormous pot here.
You just got to take the lumps.
All right, so Peter reloaded. He's got 119,000. And Charles makes it 4K with ace queen of spades.
Peter is
Wow.
not playing anymore. Remco.
No, Peter is literally here to try and destroy some people. He makes it 20K. Oh, and JRB comes along as well. We got 61,000 in the middle.
We haven't even seen a flop yet.
Three-way action. This is insane. 7-7-4.
Peter with the best of it with a great flop. And what is he going to do? How big?
I mean, judging by how Peter has been playing the last 30 minutes, he might just jam here.
It's not that bad of a play if he did. But instead, we're going to check it over to JRB, who checks. Okay, cunning check there. And now, Peter, please bet your hand, because this is the only way you're getting action.
JRB now open-ended, and Peter betting 20,000.
King Charles stuck in the middle with ace-queen high, but pretty easy release here. And JRB going to be the one with the decision. Is he going to jam? You know, just take his equity. He doesn't think Peter maybe has pairs, and he's up and down, or is he going to call and try to see a river first? But I think JRB has an easy all-in more or less. I mean, Peter has some probably just whiffs here, and JRB has enough equity where his sixes are probably good, or he can improve. But
wow, Charles calls with ace queen
Crazy.
high. JRB instant all in for 42,900, and now the action back on Peter.
I mean, crazy. I mean, yeah. If Charles wasn't in the middle, Peter, you know, flicks us in easy. Peter now might be considering, do I just want to jam myself?
Peter makes the call, and now we're back on Charles, who could be drawing dead. You know, if you're thinking about the kind of hands that are out there right now, Charles is going to make the call, and JRB with the straight draw and his pair of sixes, $189,000 in the middle.
I mean, JRB's uncomfortable. He needs to
Wait till you see
improve.
what he has before you decide that.
Peter,
4 on the river. Peter with
Gonna
his pair of
scoop
ace,
this.
and it goes check, check. JRB shows his sixes. That's no good.
Nice, nice.
Peter,
JRB celebrates with him.
oh my God.
大弟。
Peter tables the eights.
没有，怎么回事？我20。
That's a monster
Oh
pot.
my God. After the hand he lost against Wasserson, everybody probably thought this man is just on tilt.
Without a clock and time extensions and all of that in play at these final tables, it's good. You know, there's not too much tanking. I know we've had some longer hands, but understandably so given those decisions. But you know, things are moving.
Seeing lots of love for LaPlante, for She in the chat. Victor has some fans, so does Sandberg. Stavia raising up to 225 here, gets over to Sandberg in the big line with queen 3 of clubs. Might we peel? Yes, we will. Sandberg is going to make the call, see a flop, hoping for something with a bit of connectivity to get his chips in the middle. And we flop a flush. Holy moly. 8-6-7. Sandberg flops a queen-high flush. Stavia, let it be known, can still do one better with the 9 of clubs.
Yeah, Sandberg here just, I mean, try and contain your excitement inside. Can already feel the double up coming. Obviously, you know, you can be overflushed, yes, but unlikely so.
Sandberg peels from the big blind, flops the goods, and now, of course, looking to get the money in. And there we go. Stavia makes it very easy. A bet and a call, and Evan Sandberg's tournament life is on the line. You see it in the top left-hand corner of your screen. 1 out. Just 1 out. Sandberg has to dodge, so he is very comfortable here, looking for a double up.
I feel like we're due for a straight flush. We've done enough of these streams now. I feel like we're due for a straight flush, right? I mean,
If you have to go out, might as well be doing 1 outer.
Yeah.
All right, Sandberg, be careful what you wish for. Turn and river still to come. Is Stavia going to find the miracle? Turn card is the 8 of spades. So far, so good. Stavia just needs to fade that 1 card that would make this room erupt. River card. It's a 9 of clubs!
oh my God.
Oh my God!
What?
Sandberg said it himself. If I go out, it might as well be against the straight flush.
He kind of willed it into existence.
I mean, this is his own fault.
We're going to see it in an hour.
Oh shit, that is so dirty. And there's yeah.
Once again, shout out to everyone who's tuned into our stream tonight. One final time, please. Hit subscribe on the Venetian Poker Live channel.
Yeah. Just
We
give me the
wanna
pot every time.
expand our reach. Make sure everyone knows about this game. This massive game happening every Saturday on the Venetian Poker Live channel and on PokerGo.
And, right, if there's any millionaires or wealthy
Yeah.
people, affluent people that want to come play,
Yep.
JRB said, look, you show up here with 50K, 100K,
How many raises are you going to make?
maybe we can get you in the game.
You can
How many raises
DM,
are
you
you
can
gonna
DM
make?
me on Twitter or find a way to contact Venetian Poker Live on social media. We will pass along your contact details to JRB as we see
You're ahead.
a massive pot building here.
Yeah, that's fine.
Brittany all in for 37,600.
We can't even plug the channel.
No. We go
today
2K,
I'm very
11, 27,
Today I'm very lucky.
and now we are all in
Don't mess with Brittany, bro.
77,000.
Always the queens.
Queens for the queen.
Running it
Yeah.
twice. King 7-6.
We're doing it twice.
Gut shot
No,
here
please
for
don't put the 8 out there.
JRB.
Please don't. No 8, Brittany. Please, no, just no 8.
Jack of hearts is okay.
9 on the turn. Additional
No
outs for
8, no
JRB.
9, no 10. Okay? No 8, 9, 10.
No,
No
he's
8,
lying.
9, 10.
Don't believe him.
No, come on, don't do that to Brittany. She's so lovely.
River card. The 6 of hearts.
Bad cut.
That's a really, really bad card for me.
Lots of
Really
JRB's
hard.
outs
Underdog, you
being
need 3
mixed
cards.
there. The 6-7,
Hearts.
2
Hearts,
hearts,
two
a
hearts.
9.
Squandered.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, second board. Oh, look at this. 7, 8, 4.
Every hand's
You got a chance. The sixes.
Jack or a 6
Oh, my
now.
Yeah, the
sixes.
sixes are
Oh,
good.
JRB to split it.
no.
6 outs.
Six is dead.
Jack's out.
No jacks,
You
though.
can hit a jack.
We're all wild.
Lots of jacks left.
can have
Lots
a
of
jack.
jacks. Lots of jacks left.
Oh,
Three of spades,
Lots
not
of
gonna do
jacks
it.
left.
Okay, chop it.
Put like a
How much, Brittany?
black 4.
All right, river card. The 10 of diamonds.
Needle.
And Brittany
Well,
is going
a
to double
needle.
through JRB.
He's gotten a
Not
couple
even
small
the
bluffs
worst
through,
quiver
but now he's got a real hand.
Messed that game up so badly. Can't believe I didn't call Peter with an ace there. That was crazy.
And Isaac looks interested.
但是个勾我们不是大概率更没勾
You
了
had a。spade call.
I had 9 that hand.
没想到
I had 9 that
而且我
I had a
我
spade
3天
call.
辅导你的。
And JRB in the straddle with ace queen of diamonds makes it 15,000.
Those blockers don't mean shit to me.
Oh, baby. Peter with that look in his eyes,
They got the flush. They got the flush.
like I'm coming after you.
The full house.
Oh, yeah. So what else you got left there, JRB? Because I'm going to put it all in there.
33. 33.
The excitement from Peter here.
King Jack, huh? Okay, okay.
That's
King
30.
Jack up.
Peter being a little meticulous here with his bet
God
size.
dang it, really?
Puts in 32,000.
Peter,
Easy one for Isaac here.
Peter just gets the action, doesn't he?
JRB knows he's
One.
he knows he's putting it in. He doesn't know how good he is.
Why, you got a big hand? Yeah, obviously.
Nice.
All right, running it twice. 100,000 in the middle. JRB versus Peter.
What are you gonna do?
Okay. Oh.
It looks worse than it
Nice
is.
hand,
JRB does have a pretty good hand here against kings.
All right, can JRB find an escape here to get his money back?
Yeah. Yeah.
First flop, let's see it. And there's the diamonds.
Wow.
When
King
you
of
run
diamonds.
it twice, you always want to win the first one, Remco.
Yep.
That's not good for you. Not at all.
And there's the diamonds. Peter looking for a king or a 4 to make a full house. Otherwise, JRB will be free roll on this hand.
4. Come on, make it fun. Fun for the viewers. 4. Oh, unlucky, unlucky.
这是还要发个 ace
Unlucky.
He's needling as he wins.
还有 ace， 还有 ace，
No ace。
还有 ace，
You said ace.
那都可以。
还有 ace.
Can he do
Still
it twice?
aces, That's what he said.
Yeah.
There's still aces.
哦哟，还好。
Jack 8-5, 2
Chopper
clubs.
good. I'm very happy. Gao Xing with the chop.
Chopper.
Chopper Gao Xing. Chopper Gao Xing.
Diamond.
Happy with the chop.
Chopper.
Ace!
Oh my
Oh,
gosh. it
come
hurts
on,
so
dealer.
bad.
Oh,
What's this?
man.
Bullshit. Okay, never come back Venetian again. The host of the game, that's how we run.
JRB with the miracle pull
Unlucky.
How's that
wins 2 boards with
What
ace
happened
queen
to
versus
JRB of old
kings.
that used to always get all the bad beats? Now
Oh
I'm the
my
lucky
God.
fucker.
We got ace 3 of clubs checking in the straddle, so there's a lot of formidable hands here going to the flop.
But it's quitting
Is there a quit button in there?
Jack 7-6, PP flopping the nut flush draw. We got Isaac bottom end of the open-ended. Jack top pair for Nick. Once again, lots of customers here potentially.
Yeah, multi-way pots. You got to just tread carefully. That's my best advice. Tread carefully.
Well, no care enacted as PP makes it 13,000 immediately. Action back on Isaac.
So here Isaac, when he bet on the button, it's like, yeah, I have an up and down straight draw. You have a 5 high. Maybe I just want to try to win the pot. But when you're up against all these people and you don't have much else to go with it, you might just want to have checked. But he gets check raised here, and now he's going to see the turn. And he's got decent equity, but he's not going to feel comfortable unless he hits a straight. A 4 or 5 is not going to feel good.
Wow, 8 of diamonds on the turn.
Wow, say wow again.
Wow.
Because this is a huge card. Because PP's not slowing down here. PP check raise the flop as a bluff, right? So he's just going to keep blasting. And look at Isaac's poker face here.
24,000 is the bet. Isaac has...
Welcome back, everyone. The $1,100 buy-in MSPT final table here at the Venetian Resort Las Vegas as part of the Deep Stack Championship Poker Series. We still got 7 players remaining. It is still Samuel Bifarella up on top. They are still trying to get down to a champion and that $156,000 winner.
All right, we're off.
You are off. Right back into the action here. Current short stack is Nemeskeri-Kiss. He's in the small blind right now. Blinds are up to 100,000, 200,000. My name is Donnie Peters. Appreciate you guys for tuning in, no matter where you are watching from. A couple of 5s here for Ohanyan.
Raise to 450K.
Ace-8 suited in the big for Rieder. Off 8 big blinds, I would imagine this makes it in. He is going to come with a call. 7-3-3, those fives still good. Now, I'm not sure what information these players were able to gather on the break. And Ohanyan's just going to rip this in. And about the information that they gathered on break, you know, if Rieder had known, if he was able to, you know, get some stuff from the stream or whatever, that, you know, there were some times when Ohanyan did make some tighter fold, or at least one tighter fold, for sure with the King Jack. Small blind versus a button open. So stuff like that, you know, maybe knowing that, you end up just coming with a jam with the ace-8 of spades, knowing he can open, you know, the king, queen, king jacks of the world, queen jack suited, stuff like that, and he can fold, but you might still have some fold equity here with those 8 big blinds. So now, Rieder in a spot, and of course we can see if he calls here, he's gonna need to hit. And he does make the call. So Rieder all in here with ace-8 of spades. He does have backdoor spades with the 3 of spades present, excuse me, but right now he's going to be looking for an ace or an 8. The 5s for Ohanyan. Good right now. And a 5 on the diamonds is going to, 5 of diamonds on the turn is going to do it. Full house for Ohanyan. That leaves Rieder drawing dead. He's going to be out first here at the final table, falling in 7th place for $32,039.
Spade would have been more interesting. Spade would have made it fun. Congrats, we made 6K more, 8K more.
Final 6 players now are guaranteed $40,769. So everyone gaining a little bit over an $8,000 pay jump. Robert Nemeskeri-Kiss is now the short stack with sub 5 big blinds to work with. Brett Bader also pretty short, but with where Nemeskeri-Kiss is, Bader might be on the snug side, just trying to secure another pay jump. This next pay jump is just shy of 12K.
Nice hand.
The rich stay rich.
What do you have?
I don't want to know.
Walk there for Bifarella at 7 deuce.
San Francisco.
Why did you show? Why did you show?
7 deuce of suits.
Premium.
Real hand.
Premium.
Shot.
With the same hand?
We have queen 2?
No, you had 7 deuce.
Oh, 7 deuce. Oh, I can beat that.
Queen 10 of spades here for Nemeskeri-Kiss. Again, he is very short, so There is the jam. Gets through Bifarella. Akimov's going to call this, though. Plenty live. You're suited. 46% equity. Let's run it.
King 9 and Queen 10.
Might be the glare also.
Nine, 4, deuce, all clubs. Nothing really changes here. Still a queen or a 10 needed. And there is the 10 of clubs on the turn for Nemeskeri-Kiss. Vaults into the lead. Just got to fade the river. Club would chop it.
Ooh.
King on the end.
Yeah, man.
And that is going to do it for Robert Nemeskeri-Kiss.
No pressure.
Yeah, good luck.
Get the page jump.
And fireworks right after the break with 2 quick
Play
eliminations.
freely.
Nemeskeri-Kiss
Big
taking
fold.
home $40,769.
Nah.
He's going to add that to the $410,000 in career tournament earnings that he already had and get up to $450K.
I was handcuffed.
Updated payouts here on your screen. Final 5 guaranteed $52,000. Top 2 are going to get 6 figures. First place, 156 dimes. Going to the winner. Akimov now up to almost 9 million.
How much?
Thanks to that king on the river.
I haven't lost a chip because I'm
Yeah,
A little bit of suck, resuck action on that one.
No, I'm just.
Yeah.
And Bader secures another pay jump here. He is by far the shortest stack remaining.
4?
He's under 10 big blinds.
Playing the monster stack this week. After this? Yeah, got it, right?
Bifarella with a raise to 400K. Ohanyan defends with deuces ace, 8, 4.
Big lay down.
What was it?
Big laydown announced.
Pocket deuces?
Spike a little deuce there.
Gotta try, right?
Thank you to everyone who is
Short stack
tuning
ninja guys,
in
watch out.
to this final table live stream from the Venetian Resort Las Vegas, down on the fabulous Las Vegas Strip. Speaking of fabulous, this room, my gosh, guys, if you haven't been down to this new Venetian poker room, I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what you're waiting for. Certainly need to come on down, check it out. All you tournament grinders out there do know that the Deep Stack Championship Poker Series is running right now at the Venetian. Nearly $21 million in total guarantees across the entire series. The series runs through the end of July, so you got plenty of time to get in on the action. Buy-ins range from as low as $200 all the way up to $5,000. This is the second of 9 live-streamed final tables. So not only can you get in on the mix, you know, try and win a ton of prize money, you can also play here from this studio under the bright lights, broadcast to the world. Bifarella opened here with Queen 8 offsuit. Ohanyan 3-bet with a couple of 10s out of the small blind. Bifarella folds.
Beast.
The next 2 live streamed events here from Venetian. First up, you have the $1,600 buy-in seniors tournament. You got to be 50 years old. at least, to be able to participate in that one. It's coming up on June 18th. 4 starting flights, June 18th through the 23rd. On June 23rd is when the final table will be live streamed. $2 million guaranteed on that prize pool. So if you do qualify per age, again, you got to be 50 plus. Starting June 18th, you can come battle it out here in the seniors event at the Venetian. And then shortly after that, you have the $2,500 buy-in Lips Lady High Roller, 100K guarantee. That one's got 1 starting flight, a 3-day event. Runs June 22nd through 24th. The final table also live streamed on June 24th. So check that out. All part of the Deep Stack Championship Poker Series running right now at the Venetian Resort, Las Vegas. Ace-King suited here for Burlaku in the small blind. He's up against Bader, who's the short stack in the big. He's going to start this one off with just a limp. And there's the jam, and a quick call is made. And Burlaku is going to love the position that he is in. Bader is crushed. Dominated with the King 5.
Good trap.
But he's doing the stand-up.
Get out of the trap.
Huh?
It's time to get out of the trap.
We'll see. Thought it before.
Brett Bader out of Long Island, California. Now residing in Coconut Creek, Florida. Let's see if he can find a miracle here to double up. 7-4 deuce. It gets worse for Bader because
6.
diamonds
That's
belong to
not a diamond.
Burlaku.
For your 6.
For sweat.
Queen of Hearts on the turn.
Good luck, guys.
Deuce of Hearts on the end. We lose Brett Bader in 5th place. He collects $52,366. As we told you at the beginning of the show, his plans for the prize money were to spend it on his daughter. So Brett's daughter going to be getting a nice present here with $52,000 coming home. Final 4 have locked up $67,896, all from an $1,100 buy-in. Playing for that $156,000 first place prize. Couple of 4s for Hrachya Ohanyan.
175K.
$475, right?
He has opened Bifarella's big blind a couple times at this final table, and Bifarella just hasn't had anything to be able to defend and play back with. Here, though, the Jack Deuce is suited, so deems it good enough to come along. Seven, 5, 3.
That's 350K.
Now, Bifarella reads this as, listen, this 7-5-3 should be in more my wheelhouse than it should be in Ohanyan's wheelhouse, so I'm going to lead here. He does for 350. But Ohanyan, you know, does have enough of a hand. Also has the gutter to a straight, so he makes the call. 10 on the turn. check, check. King of diamonds on the river. Would imagine this one just goes check, check now. It does. Those fours are going to win for Ohanyan. He's going to climb up over 6 million. For all our viewers out there, something I like to do on every stream, let us know where you're watching from. Drop it in the chat. Let's see what sort of audience we got going on today. This live stream is airing on YouTube on the Venetian Poker Live YouTube channel. If you haven't subscribed already, what the heck are you waiting for? We are also on the Poker Go YouTube channel. We are on Poker Go as well. Ohanyan with 10s once again. Bifarella could find some trouble here with 2 5s. He calls and aces for Akimov in the big blind. What a spot to pick up the birds. Now at this point, now that we've lost a couple players, the stacks are pretty deep, at least as deep as we have seen at this final table. Ohanyan's the shortest, but he's still working with 31, 32 bigs here. And there is the 3-bet out of the big blind. Looks like 1.6 million. And this spot, kind of sick here for Ohanyan. But I wouldn't be entirely surprised if he's able to just find a fold. He's had kind of some weird sixth sense thing going on where he's gotten away from some interesting spots where you might have expected him to put some more money in. But here, no. All in with the 10s. 5s are out of the way. Aces are calling, of course. What a spot here for Akimov. 13.4 million in the middle.
Nice one.
Sorry.
Whoever wins this hand is going to be the new chip leader at the table. If Akimov wins it, then that means Ohanyan's out the door in 4th place.
I'll take a black time.
King, Jack, 9. Ohanyan picks up some outs.
Don't look.
Can now hit a queen to make a straight in addition to hitting a 10. Queen! There it is for Ohanyan. Just drills the turn to make a straight. Now Akimov could suck back out if he's able to hit a 10, but it is not. 7 of spades on the river. And the aces go down in a blaze of glory for Akimov, and he tumbles all the way down the leaderboard to 2 million. Ohanyan up over 13 million and the new chip leader. It's a sick game, folks. It's a sick game that we play.
It's 5.5. 5.5.
5.5, yeah. 665, 75.
6.5.
75.
No. It's 4, 5, 550, 635. 6,003,075. Exact.
Getting the chip count confirmed here.
6, It's good, right?
You're better than me. You were doing it all day yesterday.
Just trying to help.
Yeah.
I'm good, thank you.
So Akimov now left with 2,175,000 at 200K big blind. He's got just shy of 11 big blinds. So again, comes tumbling down the mountain here from where he was.
I forgot about the thing.
The bad news, you know, you're right around 10 big blinds and you got to try and spin it back up. The good news, you're not out. You're still in and you can make something happen. Button raise here from Bifarella with a couple of sevens. Ace 10 offsuit for Ohanyan in the big blind. Would expect him to make the call here. Ohanyan does defend 5-5-3. $500K is the bet. Ohanyan comes along. Four diamonds on the turn. Doesn't look like Bifarella's got any indication that he's slowing down. Look at this. 1.1, right around half pot. And now really starting to put a lot of pressure on the ace highs. If there was a 3 in there from Ohanyan, and Ohanyan elects to just give that up, says no more. And the chip lead swings back over to Bifarella, who is a professional poker player out of France. Started the day as the chip leader. Really briefly lost the chip lead there for one hand after that double up from Ohanyan, but took it right back. Said, "This is my chip lead, sir. You can't have it for all that long." Raised to 450 out of the small blind from Ohanyan with king 5 suited. Burleaku with the suited 8-3 and a pretty small raise is going to call in position here. And he flops 2 pair on 8-7-3. You know, I was going to say Burleaku needs to be careful. Yes, it is a small raise. You get to play in position and you do have a suited hand. But, you know, Akimov is pretty short over there, so kind of want to be a little bit passive at times. That said, just flop top and bottom pair. No big deal, right? Ohanyan comes out with 650. Burleaku makes the call. 4 of diamonds here on the turn. So Burleaku doesn't have this one locked up yet. Ohanyan can still hit a straight. Ohanyan comes with the check. Let's see how much Burleaku bets here. Don't think there's much need to just want to give a free card. $2.4 million in the middle. That is 1.8. And a quick fold out of Ohanyan. So nice pickup there from Burleaku as he climbs to 8 million in chips.
Nice bet. I don't know about nice hand, but nice bet.
Charlie in the chat is watching from Vermont. We got Michael out of Cincinnati, Nancy out of Dallas, Jamie, Alameda, California. Brian's out of Idaho. Samuel said, go Pacers. Appreciate you guys for tuning in. As always, fire away in the chat. (9-7) offsuit here. Burleaku in the small blind. Comes with the call by Bifarella. King 3 of diamonds. He checks 10, 7, 6. Pair of 7s and a gutter here for Burleaku. D. Carfield, also from Indiana, close to Cincinnati as well. Go Pacers. Goes check, check. Burleaku makes 2 pair. There's a 4-liner on board, so he's going to come with a check. Check, check. Queen on the end. Check, check. 2 pair going to win for Burleaku, 9-7. Dealer change here. Give us a minute to take a look at the current leaderboard. Samuel Bifarella still up on top. He lost the chip lead for 1 hand, but he's back up on top. Baurzhan Akimov is bringing up the rear with just over 2 million. 10 big blinds for him at 200K big blind. Ohanyan, Burleaku bunched up in that middle ground. But the boys have been swinging. They've been willing to get active. Got 9 minutes left in this level before we'll kick things up to 250K. 1,171 entries in this one. $1,100 buy-in. This tournament part of the Deep Stack Championship Poker Series, running now through the end of July at the Venetian Resort Las Vegas. Come get in on the action and fight for your share of nearly $21 million in guaranteed prize pools. A couple of 3s for Ohanyan, makes it 475. Bifarella's got King Jack in the small.
1.5 million.
Bifarella hits him with a 3-bet to 1.5 million. Action now on Ohanyan. It's good pressure here being applied by our chip leader. Ohanyan, of course, has to be aware that Akimov has sub 10 big blinds over there, so don't just want to go nuts here. So I would say this is ultimately going to hit the muck, and it does. You like to see that aggression from the chip leader pressuring those middling stacks, especially when there is somebody who is short at the table. Akimov in the small blind, king 9 offsuit. Should see this one go in. And there it is. Don't think Ohanyan's going to be playing the jack 3.
He said call.
Last time I would have called.
Last time.
Jack 9 here for our chip leader. First act.
Raise 400,000.
Six 4 suited here for Burleaku. I think this is probably good enough to call, yeah, but you know, of course, again, given that short stack of Akimov, just want to kind of tread carefully. Queen 7-3 with 2 diamonds.
Check. Bet 325,000. Call.
Burleaku's going to check call here with his gutter. 9 on the turn, second spade.
Check.
Bifarella connects with that 9. Another queen on the end, pairs the board. Burleaku with this 6 high is looking like he's going to try and steal this one.
1,300,000.
1.3 million is the bet. And Bifarella doesn't waste much time and makes the call. Well done by him. A nice pickup. And Bifarella is able to extend his lead. He's up over 16 million. Obviously, hindsight is 20/20, but you know, going back to the suggested cautious proceedings, maybe not a spot you want to bluff. Now, I know you are left with 6 high. I get it, but do you want to give up those chips should you get called when you have Akimov over there who's still working with 10 bigs? The counter argument to that, of course, is that with the situation at hand, it does look strong, yes. I think you can certainly play a queen like that.
Raise, all in.
But Burleaku might want those chips back. Akimov here is all in, just over 2 million with king 7 of clubs. Burleaku finds ace jack in the small blind.
$2,075,000.
Burleaku still does have Bifarella behind him, but I think ace jack is too good to fold here. And Bifarella finds king queen suited. Burleaku just called. Very interesting spot here. And if Bifarella has the aggression to put this one all in. Oh, sorry, he folds. Look at that. I was going to say, if he would have put that one all in, I'm not sure Burleaku can make that call with ace-jack, even though we can see he has the best hand. But we'll let that argument for another day. Burleaku here, ace-jack, Akimov all in and at risk, king 7. Ace, jack, 9. Top 2 for Burleaku. Flush draw for Akimov. It's never easy. It's always a sweat. Deuce of hearts on the turn. Akimov going to need a club on the river. Can't be the ace of clubs. 6 of diamonds is not going to do it.
Good game.
And we are going to lose Bar Akimov out of Las Vegas. In 4th place, he's going to take home $67,896. And we are also going to get a blind increase here. Final 3, guaranteed $88,850. Top 2 get up into 6 figures. 1st place, more than $156K. We got Hrachya Ohanyan, Claudiu Burlacu, and Samuel Bifarella here to battle it out.
Good block, king. Oh, sorry.
Blind versus blind here. Limped pot 10-8-7. Check, check. 8 of diamonds on the turn.
Check. Check.
Check, check, 6 on the end. Bifarella was good with the king high, but now he's got 2 pair.
Check.
Six.
Check, check.
Pair of sixes.
6 wins.
250.
Raise 500,000. Raise 1.5 million.
Three bet here from Ohanyan, attacking out of the small blind with ace-8. And it works. Three-handed here in the $1,100 buy-in MSPT event as part of Venetian's Deep Stack Championship Poker Series. These final 3 players came from a field of 1,171 entries. They are now guaranteed almost $89,000 as we watch Ohanyan pick up King, Queen off on the button. Second place is worth 117K. First place, 156,000.
Raise 550,000.
550 from Ohanyan, and Burleaku finds King Jack suited in the small blind.
Call.
All right, Burleaku calls. Bifarella out of the way. So heads up here, 1.6 million already in the middle. 10, 8, 4, 2 spades.
Check. Bet 625,000.
625 gets it done. Look at the tournament clock here inside the studio room at the Venetian Resort Las Vegas. A little over half hour left of this level.
Raise 800,000. Raise 500,000 to go.
Burleaku deep into the tank here, and he looks like he's cutting out a 3-bet.
Raise.
And he is going to take it upstairs.
1,750,000.
1.75 million. Bifarella gives it up. So both players, Ohanyan and Burlaku, attacking opens from Bifarella there. We are currently live, everyone who always hops in the chat and asks. Slight delay, of course, for gaming regulations, but other than that, as live can be. Here from the Venetian Resort Las Vegas, Ohanyan finds a nice one. Ace King. Bifarella limped from the small blind.
Guys, do you want to have 2 minutes break, please? You done?
A break?
Yeah, I want 2 minute break. I want to go to the restroom.
Yeah.
Matt, player request break.
What's up to you guys?
All right, sounds like we're going to get a quick
They allow us
bathroom
to-
break.
Sorry?
They'll allow us, they'll stop the clock. Or?
I think they do.
The score's coming.
Yeah. It's like 2 minutes maximum.
Restroom break?
Restroom? Yeah, me too.
You too?
Me three.
Guys, don't be shy. Ask. Yeah.
All right, everyone's going to the
Don't be shy,
bathroom.
guy.
We'll be back in 3 minutes.
why
Don't
we
go
got
too
you.
far.
Ah, okay. No, finish.
So you just ask yourself, do I want to trap and slow play?
He does
Keep
ju-
their range open?
Right. He just makes the call. Looking to fade a club. 7 pairs on the river. Less than a pot-sized bet left here for Peepee. Now, does he want to surrender? Does this man look like someone who surrenders? He's got the Richard Mill on the wrist. An indication, perhaps, of his
Richard
willingness to
Mill.
bluff.
Yeah, I'm just messing around. Richard Mill on the wrist. Watch as I grab my chips.
And here we go. 45,000 is the bet. And the quick call from Isaac, who wins $171,000 pot.
Holy shit.
Wow, man. Wow. I mean, these just happen so fast.
Chips are flying. Waiting for those graphics to catch up here. A63 on board.
Oh my God.
Wow.
This is what
This is
we're
not real.
watching for Peter. This is disaster.
Oken makes the call, and we've got 2 pair versus 2 pair.
Could this night be going any worse for Peter?
The 9 of spades on the turn. And some eagerness here from Peter, who just casually tosses out 25,000. Is this a situation where Oken must think, well, if Peter has any ace, can I get him to call a shove here?
It's a spot where you just keep calling, because if he's bluffing, you let him keep bluffing, and if he has whatever, like he has, he's going to keep betting.
Oh.
So,
And Oken moves all in on the turn.
Peter just got to feel sick, but I mean, you
Oh,
got
he makes
two
the
pair.
call.
Yeah.
237 in the middle. 2 pair versus 2 pair, and Peter can only laugh at how unlucky he's been getting.
Yeah, I mean, geez. What can you do?
Youngster, 2
This
times.
is awful.
2 times here, and Peter with only 2 outs.
Gross. Gross.
What a disgusting turn of events for
Tough day
Peter.
for him. First, I
2 pair
fucking-
versus straight,
Oh, nice.
now
Yeah.
2 pair versus 2 pair.
I got no words, Remco.
I mean, I'm speechless.
Sometimes it's just one of those nights. Nothing can go your way.
First river card incoming. The deuce of hearts.
Oh.
That was close.
Wow.
Oken now free rolling. Peter still with only 2 outs. Needs to hit a 3 in order to get his money back here. 7 of spades and Brian Oken will double to 238 as Peter takes another massive hit. Probably picking up some new followers tonight.
24. Call.
Peter makes it 2,400 with 5-4 of spades. Quite a few nice hands for deep stack cash play here.
Oh yeah, suited connectors always play pretty good. They play a little bit.
Welcome back, everyone, to Venetian Poker Live. My name is Donnie Peters, and this is the final table of the $1,100 buy-in MSPT event as part of the Deep Stack Championship Poker Series. We got 3 players remaining, guaranteed almost $89,000 and fighting for that $156K first place prize.
It's a good start.
Yeah, I guess.
Just a short break there for the players. Had to use the restroom, and now we are back in action. Still playing 125, 250K on the blinds. Of course, 250K big blind ante is in play as well. If you haven't done so already, please do smash that like button for us. Let's try and get these likes up a little bit here.
Call.
Would also love and highly encourage everyone to please subscribe to the Venetian Poker Live YouTube channel. Recently passed 8,400 subscribers, on the road to 10K. So if you haven't subscribed yet, I don't know what the heck you're doing. Come on, let's go. We got big cash games on Wednesdays. That game, 100, 200, no limit hold'em, 20K minimum buy-in, hosted by Brian Oken and Jean-Robert Belland. And then throughout the summer, there are going to be 6 more live streamed final tables on top of this one, or 7 more, I should say. Oh, hello. Tristan Wade just walked in the room.
I want, but for more.
Mr. Peters.
How you doing, buddy?
What's up, buddy?
You know, I told the people earlier that you left me hanging because you're busy winning tournaments, but obviously you're not winning tournaments because now you're here.
Now you could classify me as bubbling tournaments.
Oh, man.
Horse, when the limits get big, you got to drag some pots. Congratulations, Donnie. What
did I do?
Content you got last night from Nick Schulman. Let's talk about that.
Listen, I cannot take any credit.
I know
Nick
you
is the
can't.
GOAT. I just asked some questions, and the guy just goes.
You got the content, though. It's like the photographer chasing down the celebrities in the hills. You got him on camera. He gave this heartfelt speech about poker and winning in his path, and it was awesome. So I do want to thank you for being there, because you bust your ass the whole summer. You stay around while they battle for 8 hours heads up, and then he wouldn't have give that speech to just anyone, I feel like.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
So, yeah, thank you, Donnie, because that was awesome. Yeah. And congrats to Nick Schulman. He is a beast.
Yeah, one of the absolute best ever. We're down to the final 3 here.
Yeah, I see. You guys don't really need me, but I said, hey, what else can I do? I need to blow some steam off.
At this stage, they're as deep as they've been, so could see some play. Bifarella has been the chip leader all but one hand today.
Yeah, they are very deep. We're working with an average stack of like 40 bigs.
Which you don't often see when you get to this stage of many tournaments. Doesn't really matter the buy-in. You're more kind of working to 20 to 30 big blind stacks. So,
sorry,
a lot of play still left.
I wonder.
Got about a half hour, 25 minutes or so until the blinds go up.
Couple European names to deal with today, but I'm sure we can butcher them together.
Of course. Burleaku's out of Romania, I believe, and Bifarella's a Frenchman.
Yes, sir.
Ohanyan, though, I think it's at LA, if I remember correctly. Investor out of LA.
Correct. Here we see kind of a common strategy when you're playing deep stacked and you're out of position is to limp the small blind.
Check, check. 6 on the turn.
King high here can take its showdown value, even though we do see a straight draw present. So we do see a check, and this is going to be a good hand to check call with if your opponents do start to decide to bluff, as we see Jack Deuce here going for it.
425,000.
425 is the bet.
So almost 2 bigs, and you would think King 4 might have just enough showdown value to continue.
Well, there is the call.
The idea here is that your opponent's going to have these hands and not really going to have a queen, probably not going to have a 7 all that much to check back the flop. And when the board pairs on the river, Donnie, this gets interesting, but no bluff from the jack high.
Seems like some good recognition there from Ohanyan. Static card, doesn't really change the board, so just checks it back. Probably figuring, well, if I got called on the turn, probably going to get called on the end here too, so.
Yeah, he's basically representing a 6 there when he bets the turn, or a delayed C bet from a 7. There are some queen X that might check back there, but. And he could have kept going for value if he did have a 7 or a 6, since he's going to get called by such a wide range like we saw Burleaku call with.
Eight-7 off on the button here for the Frenchman.
500,000.
Comes in with a raise to 500.
So there will be obviously lots of this shorthanded poker. I raise with not much on the button, you defend with not much in the big blind, and I bet very good flops for me. And if you don't connect, you're kind of forced to fold.
All 3 players remaining are currently making their career best live tournament score. Prior to this, Samuel Bifarella had a 60K score. That was his best, and that was last year in the WSB main event. Cast for $60,000. But of course here, guaranteed now, almost $89,000. It's got a new high, new career high.
Spicy. So what do the pay jumps look like? Third is 80,000.
Third is 88,
okay.
88,850. Then we got 117,300, and then up top 156,400.
You know, I never noticed that before on our.
Well, there you go.
graphics. Thank you. So yeah, if you wonder why this might feel like paint drying, it's because it is. 3-handed poker. It's just going to be a lot of folding, a lot of take it. But there will be raises, calls, flops. And these players are looking for a big confrontation.
We haven't really seen any big confrontations so far. The only one that was a truly big confrontation was Ohanyan had 10s. He opened. Bifarella flatted 5s. And the player Akimov, who was in the big blind at the time, had aces. 3-bet, 10s, 4-bet jammed, aces called. Turned straight for the 10s.
Ooh.
And aces were crippled and then ultimately ushered out the door not long thereafter.
Rough. Another limping strategy. Ohanyan checks, 8-6 offsuit. These guys are also 1 and 2. So it's good for Ohanyan to have position on the chip leader in these blind on blind confrontations. But let's see how he adjusts, right? He just got called by king high, he shut down. Now you have a similar spot where you have a hand that can't win a showdown, and look, he just checks it back. He's got good recognition to your point earlier, how you can't just be overly aggressive if someone's going to be overly cally. And here we see a king high value bet incoming.
250,000.
$17.5 million now for Bifarella. Both his opponents are below 10 million. Bifarella started the day as the chip leader with around 13 million, maybe a little bit more. Gave up the chip lead for one hand and then immediately took it back and has been extending things ever since. An ace here on the button.
King jack of hearts. You can flat call here is obviously okay. If you wanted to be a little more aggressive, I think 30 big blinds deep, you could do some stuff here, but I imagine you want to play more calls than 3 bets. The idea between calling and raising here is you just dominate so much of the button's raising range. They're going to raise with all king X suited, jack X suited. So you kind of trap. And we do see the king jack flop very well here.
King, king, 9, 2 spades. Also the type of texture that Bifarella is just going to bet.
Yep.
350.
Standard C bet here from the chip leader, hoping to just take it. Now, this guy, trip kings, Burleaku. What does he want to do? Obviously, you can raise here, of course. And the idea here is that you would have queen, jack, jack 10, spades, maybe a 9x type holding to deny some equity. And then obviously all your king X hands. But when you do check raise in these spots, your opponent needs something to continue with. I don't know if ace high with 1 spade is going to be enough here.
Maybe if it was the ace of spades, we get an appeal.
Correct.
But we do not. Bifarella puts it in the muck, and Burlaku takes that one.
Yeah, those are always interesting because you can obviously raise all your trip kings, but maybe there's a better strategy in slow playing at times when you're up against someone who's going to be very aggressive or barrel too much or thinly value bet, and then you can kind of hesitate to get value until turns or rivers.
Queen 7 suited here for Ohanyan on the button.
Okay, interesting fold there. I think those hands typically want to VPip. Right, we wouldn't fold queen 8 suited.
Yeah, I mean, Ohanyan's been kind of snug in some spots. Not all the time, but I don't know. I feel like he's just kind of call it a feeling. I don't know. You know, I mean, earlier there was a raise from the player on the button, and he just folded king jack off from the small blind, which I thought was, well, it's clearly, I mean, the button's opening. You know, he's second in chips, so once the chip leader gets out of the way, he's effectively the chip leader in this hand, so can kind of attack relatively wide, and then he just folded the king jack O on the small blind. I was like, okay, well, that's, you know, that's interesting. But the button did have ace king, so maybe he just had a feeling it happened to be right.
Yeah, look, avoidance is a big deal. I wish I would have avoided playing some hands against the chip leader and the horse 30 minutes ago. But at this stage of the tournament, just exiting pots is worthwhile. If you're not trying to accumulate and you're trying to let the other players battle, kind of what we see here, even though there's only 3 bigs in the middle and it's a limped pot, you know, Ohanyan's out the way and these people are battling. But yeah, there's a very fine line. The dynamics, obviously, when the chip leader has almost 2x and all this, you can be a little more snug. But with these stacks, 40 bigs on the button, you don't need to worry about ICM that much. Is the 9 high going to let this get to showdown? We do block diamonds.
Jack.
Jack high announced, and Jack high is going to win.
So Bifarella, right? What's he been playing like, in your opinion, this far at this final table?
I think everyone, all 3 of them, have been pretty similar, like pretty conservative overall. You know, I would expect a little bit more aggression from Bifarella. I think he's in a good spot right now. He's been in a good spot the entire final table, having the chip lead, or, you know, for that one hand he did lose it, but other than that, he always had the chip lead. So, and here it's, you know, it's a sizable lead. I don't think his opponents are really showing that they're going to fight back on at him too much. So I would start, you know, ramping up the pressure, you know, turning up the aggression. Now, I wouldn't go 0 to 100. I would kind of just like keep taking one step further. You know, how far are these guys going to let me go? Like you know, that's how I would approach it. Like, okay, maybe you get a bluff through here. Okay, next time, okay, maybe I'm going to do this. Maybe I'm going to do that. And I'm just going to keep going until somebody says, listen, buddy, slow down over there.
And this is some aggression, right? We've seen him limping the small blind a lot here. He comes in for a raise with a trashy hand of 4-6 offsuit, and it takes it.
Yeah, so maybe that's, you know, kind of a start of things to come from him.
Yeah, right? Like game theory optimal suggests if my opponents are doing one thing, I should go against the grain and do another. So if we have 3 players that are playing very snug, tight, solid, avoiding spots, avoiding playing hands, seems like a good strategy to just turn it up. Pretty decent holding here on the button.
Raise. 500,000.
I have seen Burleaku's name before. I have played with him before or something. It's escaping me now, but.
Well, he's here in the big blind with Queen 3 suited. Makes the call. 10-10-6, 2 hearts, 1 diamond.
So king, queen, no heart. It's near your middling ace high, king high showdown value. You could check or bet here, so we do see a check.
Another diamond on the turn adds a flush draw for Burleaku.
I mean, hey, look, if you can't bet your queen high flush draws, what else can you bet?
There it is. 1 million. Sizable bet. Quick fold from the king queen.
So that's a really interesting hand, although there's no other chips exchanged, because your opponents, when it goes check, check, will start betting an 8, a 9, a flush draw, maybe some just trash, nothing hands. So king, queen could stick around, but we saw a large size, so decides to just exit.
That pot puts Burleaku up over 10 million. Bifarella is still the chip leader on 16.2 million. Let us know who you're rooting for in the chat. We're three-handed here for this $1,100 buy-in MSPT title at the Venetian. King 9 with a limp from the small blind. 9-8 in the big blind. My guess is we got a lot of Burleaku fans in the chat. That's my guess.
Do we?
Ace 7-6 here, and Bifarella with an open ender comes with a bet.
So limp, check. Your opponent could check some ace X, but probably unlikely as a chip leader. So you want to keep them honest with some king highs, especially overcards if your opponent's going to bet like a 6 or a 7 on the flop. So very good call here by king 9. They do get drawn out on. 8-9 is now the best of it, and 8-9 can now comfortably value bet. Even though their opponent might have an ace, their opponent also has a 6 or a 7. So I'm a little surprised to see a check there, but okay, that's fine, of course. So we're just going to try to play 2 streets. Bifarella, maybe a little worried that opponent could have an ace, but when the opponent checks the river now, you're not as worried.
$800K, and I mean, maybe a chance he gets called here. Okay, king high.
Yeah, look, if your opponent had 4-5, they're betting the turn. They have 5-9, they're betting the turn. They have 9-10, they're betting the turn. So really this bet signifies that I have a 7 or an 8 most of the time. You might see some thin value from a 6 here, but it's mostly going to be a 7 or an 8. So Burleaku is only beating hands that were bluffing the flop, decided to just shut it down, and now are just trying to win the pot, like a jack 4 offsuit or something. And these are kind of tricky spots because some of the nothing range, like if I had a 5 or a 9, like let's say I had jack 5 and I bet the flop and I turn an 8, you should keep betting your jack 5 there. You know, same with like if you had like 9 deuce or whatever and you just bet the flop. You should keep betting. So these bet, check, bet lines are typically value.
And Burleaku does pay it off there with the king high. He's going to see the bad news. The value bet from Bifarella gets him some additional chips.
And that's okay. Look, he lost there, 3 big blinds on the river, but he's keeping his opponent honest. He's seeing how they're playing that. And kudos. Bifarella, chip leader, rich get richer.
Bifarella back up to 17.5 million. He's been this high before. And then both of his opponents right around 8.8 million.
These guys are very Peaceful.
I think there's been fewer than 10 words spoken the entire final table. Very,
Ace?
very quiet.
Yes, I see that.
They're here for business, sir.
Poker faces galore here at this final table.
No fun and games.
Not much for Ohanyan since I stepped into the booth.
8-7-4, all diamonds here. Both players connect with the 4. Of course, that ace kicker. Well out in front for Bifarella. Check, check. King of hearts in the turn.
This is probably a spot you just see a lot of checking. No player has a diamond. Both players have showdown value with bottom pair. So I think both players are kind of happy to take this to the river.
Another 8 on the end.
This is where the idea of value betting comes into play, and we do see 4s and 8s with an ace. This is a good run out to start value betting once checked all the way through. And this is probably one of the better hands Ohanyan has. And what a great fold there that is, Donnie, because you could argue maybe he checks back a weak 7 twice without a diamond, but that's about as best of a hand as he's going to have with a pair, and that's just a savvy fold.
We've now seen kind of a range of, I mean, I'll say thin value bets, although not always that thin. We saw the 8, of course, not too long ago. We saw the king high, which I think was a value bet, as you said. And then there, we saw that value bet. So chip leader certainly finding some spots to, you know, try and eke out some additional chips. And I know it ultimately comes down to like 1 or 2 big blinds here or there, but, you know, you start stacking those and stacking those, it does very well, and you're removing chips from your opponent. So
yeah.
King 6-3. Top pair for Ohanyan. Another blind versus blind limped pot.
Also, when ranges are so wide, right? When people are playing 40% of the deck, 60% of the deck, whatever, that's where thin value bets start really coming into play, because the spectrum of someone's range is so wide, where ace highs and king highs can start become value bets, even though those typically would be the middle of your range when you're playing a more concentrated range.
Ohanyan comes with a check call with his top pair. The bet from Burleaku was 300K. Jack on the turn.
Queen 5, yeah, I was going to say, you know, Queen 5 could stab at the flop, but I could talk more about it, but you have Queen 5 of hearts, you might, it's fine, you know, you might want to do some checking on the flop too with that kind of hand because it might be good. But now when the flush and straight get there, do you want to try to turn this into a bluff? Surely you're no good, right? But it also might be a give up, right? Your opponent could have a 6, they could have a king maybe, that plays pretty tricky as we see here, but cannot win without betting. Now you typically want to have a spade blocker here if you're going to have ideas of running a big bluff. So decent check back there. Now Donnie, I'm going to tell a quick story. I'm playing.
I love story time.
Just
I'm in for it.
very quick. I'm thinking this may be where I know Burleaku from, although I'm not certain.
153.
I'm playing in a tournament last summer and some guy has a ton of chips to my left, piles, and I raise, you know, he whatever, he folds. We're all just doing what we're doing.
You can see this one, right?
And then he says to me, well, you're the reasons I got all these chips. I'm like, what are you talking about? I just got to the table. What are you talking about? And I didn't really understand what he's saying. He's like, no, I learned a lot from you on poker coaching. I follow you, and I've studied from you. And I said, oh, thank you. And I don't know if this is my same friend.
Well, it might be. We can just pretend that it is.
Yeah. And these are the hands you like to look at. The blinds are now up. Stacks have been divested a little bit. And we got a premium on the button.
And threes in the big blind for Ohanyan.
Chip EV, this would just get all in pre-flop mostly, button versus big. But with ICM in play here, you're going to see way more calling, if not just pure calling from threes. But we'll see how Ohanyan wants to react himself. The button should be playing 40 to 50% of hands. So shoves have a high success rate to get through, typically. Three betting these kind of hands could be a disaster because you're basically sacrificing all your set mining value and post-flop playability to maybe get blown off a very vulnerable hand here that has no interaction with cards that want to get all in, like Ace X, King X. So you typically don't three bet these kind of hands, not all in. But this, what do you think, Donnie? Is this going to be an induce, or is this just going to be a jam and then a fold from the threes, right?
I think jam and then fold, based on how Ohanyan's been playing. I'm surprised to see him three bet the threes. That could just be a factor that they are three-handed and he wants to attack. But earlier at the final table, you know, he flatted in the big blind with a couple of deuces. So, I mean, not that that's an enormous sample size to go off of, but I'm just saying that that's how he played a similar sort of hand earlier.
Okay. So that makes sense. So he just said, look, we're three-handed now. You're just going to raise the button. I'm just going to three bet. But see, I would much rather this three bet not come from this kind of hand, which if you hit a three, if you flop a three with this kind of hand, you basically win the pot, right? Your EV of the hand is so enormous because hitting a set is just so hard to do. And even if your opponent has aces or kings, whatever, you're 90% favorite. So you typically don't want to sacrifice that potential value with these hands by three betting and fold. If you had a king 3 offsuit or a king 6 offsuit or an ace, 7 offsuit or something, I think that's a much better hand class to three bet.
Into the muck go the threes, and the tens take it down for Burleaku.
We rabbit him? Or 50.
I can't hear, bro. Huh? What did you say? I can hear. I didn't hear.
I was like, can we rabbit hunt? I was messing around. Yeah, definitely can't. All in, huh? Must have something good.
He did.
I had 25 blinds. What can I do?
Yeah, what?
25 blinds. What can I do? I had 7.5 million.
Nice bet. I think I probably should call.
Depends. Depends what did you have.
Very small pair.
Small pair?
Very small.
No lies detected.
Definitely a flip.
And the chip leader, 8-4 suited, outside of range typically, but when you're the chip leader, you don't think of charts, you don't think of range, you just get the blast, baby. The Venetian is packed today. The poker room, packed.
Yeah.
I see they got, what is it, $800 tournament going on today. I think I saw the board. I'm not sure. They got people playing cash games. I mean, it is full-blown summertime here at the Venetian Poker Room. As we see even some of the spectators out there, we get a couple dogs outside.
Well, that spectator with those dogs is Gabe Ramos.
Oh, okay. Donnie knows everybody.
He's always got his 2 dogs with him. Always, always, always.
And bad timing here for the chip leader. Gonna isolate a limp with 8 deuce offsuit.
950,000.
And for 30 bigs, you could just move all in here from the small blind. If you wanted to try to induce the chip leader to step into it, then a limp re-raise is also suitable. But there will be no calling here.
No, I mean, we're getting a raise.
All in.
And there is the jam. Going to be a quick fold out of Bifarella. Yeah, so running today at Venetian, you have a one-day $800 no limit hold'em ultimate stack. You also have an $1,100 PLO bounty. That is what I would think Gabe Ramos would be playing. So both of those tournaments are running today at Venetian. Both have a $150,000 guarantee.
Let's go.
And they're
Let's
still
go.
they're still right around 3 hours to get in for both of those tournaments. Registration for the 800 closes at 5:25. Registration for the PLO bounty closes at 5:40. So there's tournaments running every single day during this Deep Stack Championship Poker Series, all the way through July 31st. So come on down to Venetian, get in on the action.
King 10 suited
Call.
comes with a call.
Ohanyan with Jack 10.
Raise.
Comes with a raise.
975.
Now, sitting here as a chip leader with King 10 suited, you're not folding, but you could go all in if you so chose to. For 23 bigs, it's not out of the scope of strategy. But check calling, limp calling, excuse me, in these spots is pretty good too, because if your opponent does raise
Heads up.
with some dominating holdings, King 10 suited is really big hand, basically blind versus blind.
Check.
Ohanyan takes a range advantage to the flop of ace deuce 3, but notice Bifarella has 3 working to the royal. So this will be an interesting spot because we're not going to see a flop bet that gets Bifarella out of here. So how will Ohanyan proceed here with only jack high on an ace deuce 3 board? But Boomska saving grace right here on the turn.
Check.
Another check out of Bifarella.
And again, when we speak on wide ranges, like your opponent could check call with a 3, check call with a 2, check call with some king highs. So we do see Ohanyan make a pretty smooth and savvy quarter pot, 1/3 pot value bet here with second pair. And now Bifarella has to be thinking, could my opponent be bluffing with 4x or 5x? Could they just have like a 9-7 offsuit? That's double barreling here. So king high getting an okay price, but opponent showing a decent amount of aggression here. Ohanyan takes a nice pot worth about 5 or 6 big blinds.
26 minutes and change left in this level before we move up to 200, 400K. Current blind levels 150, 300. 1,171 entries. 89,000 guaranteed. 117,000 for second. 156 for first.
Big money at play here. Turned 1,100 into 90,000 so far. There's another 60,000 to capture out there. Small blind comes with a limp. So when you're playing in these blind on blind spots, how you want to think about your big blind strategy when the small blind limps is you basically want to check a lot of your suited hands, most of your suited hands. Raise your best hands, and then raise some of your worst hands that are kind of difficult to play post flop. So like a Jack 7 offsuit is a decent candidate to start raising when the small blind limps, just because Jack 7's kind of trashy. It's not going to connect that well with flops, so you kind of want to start just forcing your range advantage. But we do just see both players happy to see a flop here. And now Ohanyan is basically saying, look, I'm supposed to have the stronger range because I limped and you didn't raise. So I'm just going to go ahead and stab at these disconnected boards. And if you don't have any piece, voila, I take the pot.
Still fighting here, three-handed. I would imagine next level we start seeing blood. That's my guess.
Bottom of barrel holding here, 10-3-0. And I do like just folding the bottom 15 to 20% of the deck in the small blind against the big blind chip leader. If I'm in this spot as these players, I'm going to be trying to take my button and use that to my advantage. And then kind of what we see these two short stacks doing, be patient. Wait for good spots. Don't get out of line. It is a waiting game, unfortunately. I know this isn't always exciting for the fan, but it is. Poker is a waiting game. I mean, look at this three hands we just saw. 10-5-0, 7-3-0, and 8-9-0.
How long have you been here? Sorry? How long have you been here in Vegas this summer?
I came like a week ago or something like this, and I stay for the
For the year?
Yeah.
You?
I came last Thursday. I'm leaving tomorrow.
How much you gonna stay? All the period?
How much you gonna play? Yeah, everything.
Of course.
Free rolling the main, as you know.
Obviously a lot easier to play more events once you have hit for at least 90K.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I usually go and come back like 2-3 times. It's closer for me.
But where from?
California.
California,
Very close.
just close, yeah.
I don't need to like be here the whole time.
So free rolling the main, now free rolling Vegas.
Did you guys play last year?
Huh?
Did you guys play last year?
No, I didn't.
The main?
Yeah.
Yeah, I played last year. You?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I usually play. I play every year. I didn't play 22 and 20. Yeah, 20.
Players obviously talking about the biggest poker tournament on the planet. The WSOP main event starts beginning of July.
Yep, the best one, always. Always, always, always.
Nothing like it, right? Nothing like it.
It's an absolute spectacle.
875.
Ace, Jack.
Big raise here. Almost a 3x, the full 3x.
The main is
Button
fun.
with
It's a good tournament. I like it. The main
I would hope.
There's one to win, Donnie. That's probably on everyone's
But,
bucket list.
I play maybe like 5-6 tournaments a year. Maybe.
Good ROI with top 3 in this one. If you play 5 or
Yeah,
6
I mean,
a
you
seriously.
just
year.
play for fun.
Yeah, yeah, strictly.
They play for fun, I play for blood.
Raise 600.
Today I was the one who got beat up though, so you got to be prepared to give it and take it.
Button race here from Burleaku with Queen 3 of Hearts. Ohanyan finds King 5 in the big blind.
Type bold.
It's been a pretty boring final table, huh?
Till now.
You know you guys
The
can control that.
situation was
Just
also
want to let you guys know in case,
Yeah.
going this way.
in case you were
I think
wondering.
the 2 big hands was the 10s and the aces. That's it.
Yeah.
And those play itself.
Feel free to just start
I know
firing
you
the
had a big
money
hand
in,
too.
boys.
I mean, I'm enjoying.
What did you had over there?
Huh?
What did you had when you had tens on king?
Fives.
Fives? No 5 over there. No.
Which hand?
Well, look, Donnie, if they want to
When you
spice
had
this up,
tens.
we could just deal like aces versus kings right
Yeah, 'cause
now.
He raised also. He opened.
Yeah, he flats.
I raised flat. Yeah.
Yeah,
I know he has minimum ace king, but
the guy.
I mean I don't know. But like he's been very solid, you know, the last couple of days. But
600,000.
it's not ideal to be folding 10s, 400.
Ooh.
Could have some fun on this one. Right when we started talking about it. Bifarella made it 600K on the button with Queen Jack. Burleaku's got a couple of 9s here.
Now this is about the bottom of the barrel for 3-betting hand class pairs that you could 3-bet to induce. You could just jam 33 bigs, 34 bigs, but looks like we're gonna see a 3-bet here. A little hesitation first. You don't always have to 3-bet this. You could have some ideas of flat calling too, but I think typically you're okay putting more money in here. And an all-in isn't out of the realm of possibility either. That way you deny equity to these exact type holdings.
2.7.
Raise 2.7 million.
But instead we see a very large 3-bet.
I was thinking more 2, 2.1, 2.2, like if you wanted to go a little larger, but Burleaku says no, 2.7. Now Bifarella hasn't done anything yet. Kind of getting the sense that maybe the sizing is making him think about this a little bit more. Like, well, why is he going so big here?
Yeah, maybe he's thinking, hey, look, does my opponent just have ace king and am I super live? And it's not, he's not that far off if those are his thoughts.
Well, into the muck goes the queen jack. Nice pickup there for Burlaku. He's up over 11 million now.
So are we back to this being a standard 1100 Venetian tournament? Or no, it is an MSPT. It says
This is an MSPT. Yes.
So
we
they get a trophy?
We don't have the crazy trophy.
No,
I'm
any
bummed.
trophy? Do they
I
get
mean,
any trophy?
They got the winged lion, but they don't like
no MSPT trophy.
no giant medieval torture weapon, whatever the heck that thing
right,
was.
right. Yeah. From the 1600 that we saw. So okay.
Limp from the small blind, king deuce of diamonds. That's a check. Five, 4, 3. Could have some fun on this one. Burlaku's got an open ender. He's also got backdoor diamonds. Bifarella. Pair of 4s. Gutter.
Yeah, if you didn't have any added equity here with the 4, like let's just say you had like Jack 4, you might choose to do some more checking. But when you have a hand like 4-6 or 4-7, or even like Deuce 4, it's a little more easy to start with a value bet because if you got raised, you could continue. Now here with King Deuce suited, there's really no other idea other than calling here. It's not really the hand you need to turn into a bluff.
Another 5 on the turn after Burlaku check called 450,000. 1.8 million out there.
Check.
Wide ranges. All ace-X present in Burlaku's range, so we could see another value bet here from the 7-4. The idea here is just we're going for 2 streets. We'll check if we get called again and we unimprove.
1.1.
And this is kind of dicey for King High here because if your opponent's just betting a 6, betting a 7, you're good, and you have a little added equity with that 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is a very tricky spot for the small blind to navigate right at this exact moment.
The bet is 1.1 million. Burlaku's making the call here. This pot swells up to 4 million. One of the biggest pots we've seen at this final table. And an 8 comes in on the end. So check mark to Bifarella. But of course that means he has to get to showdown.
Check.
All right, check,
King
check.
high.
King high, no good.
King high.
I want to see it first. Just wants the info, rightfully so. What did you call 2 streets with what King High? Just the setup of these 3-handed kind of games right now, you know, 30 bigs effective. You're going to see more passivity as an overall strategy. Whereas when the stacks get shallower, like in the next blind level, it will be time to go. as you mentioned earlier, you think the next level will add some heat. I think so too. It's a pretty big jump. Okay, you could call 9-7 suited here in the small blind. You could 3-bet, although it's not always approved.
Raise.
So chip leader flexing their muscle a little bit.
1.9 million.
And the timely 3-bet.
Get a break in 10 minutes.
Yep.
Yeah.
What do you think of the man purse wrapped around the strap shoulder of someone? No, how's your thoughts on that, fashion-wise?
Sometimes I wear mine.
Yeah.
It depends. So I know a lot, and he actually has double. He has the backpack too.
Oh my gosh, the double carrier.
Obviously a lot of poker players carry backpacks. I will carry one often. I don't prefer to carry one. The only reason that I do carry one is because oftentimes I will need to do something work related, so I have my laptop with me. That's why I carry it. But if there are times when I go to play and I don't need my laptop for sure, then I will just have a little man purse over my shoulder where I'll put some of my stuff in. I don't like to have a lot of stuff in my pocket, so I'd rather just have it in a little bag like that. So, you know, put my cell phone in there at times, my cards, whatever, and that's that. So I prefer something like that over a backpack. He's just good double duty over here.
Yeah.
He's just got it all. I just don't like having a lot of stuff with me when I go play poker, you know. But
yeah,
if work calls, I have to do something, I need my computer because it's just easier to do it than on my phone, then I'll always have it with me for the most of the time. But yeah.
Yeah,
I'd rather not. I'd rather just have my water bottle and maybe a little bag, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get it. As one,
you don't usually have anything.
I have nothing.
Maybe some
I'm old
sunglasses,
school.
you know.
Yeah, I'm
Your
old
phone,
school.
you know. That's it.
I do carry my phone, my wallet, you know, some other trinkets like headphones, keys. Luckily, I can fit everything in my pockets, so that's why you don't see me carrying anything else. But I kind of keep it old school. I don't know, like, I get it that we have a lot of stuff to carry and we're in a casino all day, so I understand, you know, the idea of just having something to help hold all our stuff. So yeah. But I can't do a backpack, you know. I feel I'm out of school. I'm not in elementary school. I'm not a kid anymore. I can't carry a backpack around me as a grown adult, unless I do have my laptop or something. So that's why I asked Donnie, because what are the alternatives? And I don't mind that, but will you ever see me rocking one of those? I don't know either.
Never say never, man. Never say never.
Touche. Okay, so 2 formidable hands going to the flop. After we just saw Burleaku raise the button and fold to a 3-bet last orbit, we see a button raise and then just queen 10 suited flat call.
Queen 7-4, rainbow. Bifarella takes the lead here, flopping top pair.
And now when the small blind flats you, their range is way more tight. So if you wanted to play a little more check back strategy on these kind of boards, that would be totally fine. And it does go check, check. Bifarella, top pair, obviously wants to start building a pot, value betting.
King 9 in the muck.
Slowly, the chip leader extending his lead.
Yeah, this is the highest point of the day for Bifarella. Remember, he started with the chip lead at this 7-handed final table back at noon. He lost the chip lead for a single hand. That was when Ohanyan had the 10s and doubled through the aces. Ohanyan took the chip lead on the hammer. On the very next hand, Bifarella won the pot and retook the chip lead. So this is the 74th hand of the final table, so 73 of those hands he's had the lead.
It's nice. It's always nice. You see him going to see his fans. Take a moment, go outside, take a hand off, let these short stacks battle blind on blind.
Raise 675,000.
Couple of fours here.
Indeed. No other move here, I feel like, than all in.
Yep, I agree.
All in.
There it is.
All in.
Your opponent's just going to be raising and folding so much, and even if they raise and call you, they're way more inclined to have overcards than pairs. And these blinds will be going up very shortly.
Thank you.
You can hear the rumblings of the poker room outside there as the doors open to the studio. Ohanyan trying to manifest 2 aces on the button. I saw a little meditative approach.
Color up.
Good pair from Burleaku on the small blind, and Bifarella finds a couple of jacks in the big. Nice spot for him.
Yeah. I mean, you love to look down at monster hands, especially in a spot where you're just supposed to not have much.
975.
975 is the raise.
And this is, you know, it's a little over 3x. It's not overly egregious or anything.
Yeah,
But normally a hand like Queen 9 off wants to see a flop when they limp.
And there is the call. Here we go to a flop. Blind versus blind, with 2.25 million out there. 764.
Jacks with the jack of clubs. Not going to mind this flop, although already a little dicey.
Yeah, not gonna mind it, not gonna slam dunk love it. You know, you're kind of just like, all right. I mean, if the money gets in, I guess whatever. But
yeah,
I'm not fist pumping like I got the nuts here. You know.
Yeah, you don't mind getting the money in. If the money did so happen to get in right here, you'll take it. Your opponents can just have a 7 or like a combo draw. But this is also a decent just victory here. Given that if someone does call you, they're probably going to have a pretty good amount of equity, whether that's in a pair and a draw or just a draw.
Bifarella does take it down. He's up over 20 million for the first time. Just kind of slowly but surely and steadily climbing. And every time he climbs, someone else is losing. Ohanyan now down to 7 million. Burleaku on 8 million. We are playing 150, 300,000, but only for a couple more minutes before we go up to 200, 400.
Things still going swimmingly here for the chip leader as the big blind misses and their king high holds. And now turning top pair. And these are spots, if you're sitting at the table, you feel like you're just getting run over, right? Your opponent's just connecting with nearly every board we've seen them play and play post flop. Like Bifarella has flopped top pair, has had a straight draw and turned a pair. Like, so if you're Ohanyan, it might seem like you're getting run over, but your opponent's just getting hit with the deck, basically. And you got to just bide your time, be patient. As we see the clock, final seconds tick down of level 33.
Going to get one more hand in before the players go on a short break.
Why would we stop the clock?
The clock's about to stop.
Yeah, the clock will stop once it hits 0. Why would we stop it? Play your hand.
Clock's about to stop once it gets down.
An ace on the button. Good here for the chip leader. Gonna try to pick up, squeeze a little more out the orange before break. King 4 suited hits the muck, and 5 deuce off. Shirley just wants to go and use the restroom.
All right, so that's that. You see the clock there, 14-minute break. And we'll be back shortly. See you guys soon. I mean, I think he should just be betting flops like this, right? But I also think that maybe he's thinking, well, in a way, kind of like see where I'm at. Like, I'll just check, and if he checks back, then I have, you know, I can just fire. Oh,
wow.
Snap call.
Oaken bets 17,600, and Nick snaps him off with 8-5.
What the fuck happened in this thing? What the fuck did I just miss?
You see the confidence I called him with?
I never seen you throw a one chip.
Look at this. Welcome to the Nick Salem Show, ladies and gentlemen. And Boots here trying to evacuate himself from the Squid Game. Makes it 3,000.
Oh, here comes
and
Nick.
Oh, Nick with the big stack. He's going to make it 10K. Music to the... Oh, and Rampage finds 9s. Sound the alarms. We might have a massive clash on our hands. And all-in announced for 27,800. Action back to Boots. Double check the cards. He's also going to move all in.
I have a player. Yeah, sure. You're out? I have ace 10. What the fuck am I?
Nick Salem out of the way, folding ace 10. Rampage will be happy to hear that because it's going to be 9s against ace king. 66,000 in the middle.
He got me anyways. I couldn't play with Mula.
I had 10-8 suited though.
Big one here.
I would love.
First board is for the Squid Game. Here comes the flop. Jack 4-8. You see the outs on the screen there. 2 aces have already been folded. Turn card. Jack of spades.
No,
still looking safe. Rivers the 5 of diamonds, and Rampage gets the first one, and that means that Boots again, the loser of the Squid Game.
Hola, Chanchi. Buenas noches.
King 9-5, a set for Rampage. Boots looking for runner. It's not there, and Rampage winning 2 showdowns here with pocket 9s, and he's up to 66,000.
This night for Boots has been something.
It's unreal.
It's unbelievable. Currently only 3 winners at the table. Nick Salem, Rampage is slightly up, but up, and JRB. Three ways here, Jack 7-4. Top pair for JRB. Oaken's got a gutter.
JRB is going to raise it up to 8,000. Yep, of course. Ogun's going to come along and make the call. Building a real...
Now we're playing the game,
Man,
boys.
if a 9 comes, oh.
6 of spades on the turn. JRB has to continue firing.
Why did he check?
Yeah, why would you give Brian Oaken a free card who could be in there with just about anything? You got to charge him.
Oaken possibly thinking about betting here with the double gutter, but checks back.
Oh! It
There
does come in.
It is.
And JRB again with the check. Brian Oaken with a well-disguised straight on the river, 20,000 in the middle. I would not be surprised to see a very sizable bet here. Are we going to see the bobblehead?
Overbet maybe?
Yep.
There we go.
27,000 is the bet.
I'm gonna get rid of this ugly shit anyways.
I'll take it.
JRB losing a huge one. 74,000 going to Brian Oaken.
Now they're expert. You got
Could
no
be trouble
chance.
right
If you
here. Look,
start to
Nick
deliver your hand,
flats
that
with
shit
the
is
aces.
Oh.
They should.
Oh, baby.
And David Williams makes it 7,000 on the button. Nick Salem is just in full control here. This is a different Nick Salem than we saw 2 weeks ago.
I
Yeah,
really
this
wish
is
I had
great.
my squid button.
7.
Oh, we went from margarita to wine. White wine.
Maybe
Maybe
he's getting ready for the dinner. You
maybe
know?
some red
Don't
after
get
dinner.
the squid and tip with the other 100. This
He
is
must have ordered
amazing.
seafood. Oh, he's going to come back over the top.
Truly incredible. Can't make that up.
21,400.
Not messing around. 21,400.
I'm all in.
Oh! David Williams with the misstep.
Oh my gosh!
He runs into aces. Nick Salem.
Squid button.
First board gets it.
Oh
First
my
board
God.
gets
They're in for 100,000 each.
You're going twice.
What happens to
150,000 in the middle.
I like that.
Twice go.
This is the hand of the night.
2 times.
Better call up my backup player.
You want them to flip over their hand?
I'm not flipping over, so I don't care what they say.
They want you to reveal your hand.
I'm not,
Yeah, they
I'm
won't
not
do it.
turning
Go
my
ahead.
hand over.
David,
So
Okay, just tell me.
Now he's
They're
protesting.
not rolling their hands
Put it
over.
out.
Go ahead, deal.
let's go.
Oh man.
All right. Running it
Anyway,
twice.
You put it on the camera anyway.
First
right?
one
Yeah,
for
yeah,
the
yeah.
Squid Game. Aces versus ace 9. 7-6-3. Runner straight still out there. David Williams
4.
in a world of hurt right now.
Williams got in with the 8-4. He's like, I'm not sure.
I don't think I got it. Yeah. I wish I had 8-4 right now. I have a shot. I could hit a 5.
Oh, yeah, ace
I'm
queen.
First one's going to go to Nick
Ace
Salem.
Ace. Yeah. Nice hand.
Second
2
board.
boards, right?
Yeah. Split it back.
Second board hoping to save David Williams. We have an absolute monster pot on our hands during a round of Squid Game. David Williams thought Nick Salem was messing around, and he got caught
Nick, you can't have liked to
with
see
his
the
hand in the
king run out.
proverbial cookie jar.
I didn't like it?
You can't have liked that. King run out.
Yeah, horrible.
Because I don't want to turn over ace king.
Yeah.
Jack 8-8
He
once
said he
again
so did. I
looking
mean,
for
he knows
back
I
doors
got it.
here.
Oh,
And that is it. David Williams
I mean,
tosses
it's
him into
comments,
the
I
mug.
think, before when- Yeah, okay.
Nick Salem wins the biggest pot of the night. Absolute monster pot. Okay, here's my thing.
My mom, when she drinks wine, she has ice in it all the time.
I don't mind the idea of having a colder glass of wine. My problem is you got to drink it so fast before the ice melts, or otherwise it's going to water down your wine.
Yeah, no, I would just put like, 1 or 2 ice cubes
We
just
can
to,
dance, though.
quickly
You
chill
wanna
it down.
All
Probably
right.
also why I like sangria so much.
You do want to dance.
Here we go.
Let's go.
Here we go.
Oh, baby!
Of course.
No pair.
No pair.
We got a big one here.
Ace king.
Out of
Oh,
nowhere.
Yeah, you're very good.
Rips is tired of folding.
Two times.
Yeah, good luck.
King Charles
Thank
gets
you.
him to pull the trigger, making the
I think
call
so,
here
too.
on the
I think
jam. We got a new biggest
I'm
pot,
happy to chop.
60,800.
Get there.
Did they say once or twice?
You
I
know,
think we're
Rip
going
waited
twice.
47 minutes to play his first hand.
Oh,
Got
yeah,
it, got
yeah,
it,
yeah.
got it in,
Yeah,
got it in with a 3-outer.
10 king.
That's a good counter, yeah. That's a Rips roll. He just he couldn't write no more, you know?
Yeah.
2 times signaled from Charles.
I know.
Rips hoping to get lucky and chop this thing.
There it is.
Oh, jack in the middle. King right behind it.
There it
Came
was.
too quick.
No diamonds alive here.
10?
Maybe
Queen
10 good.
gives us some outs here. River's the 3 of diamonds, and Rips already 1 jack short now.
30 something, I think.
Always feels good to win the first one.
Oh, it really does. Ace 9-4. No help for Rips, who's looking for a jack. River card 7 of spades, and Charles is going to win this thing.
It's 10, 20.
You got my ass.
6.
Raise to 6,000.
6,000 Oaken on the button with jack 10 of hearts.
Beautiful hand to squeeze here. You get some raised folds. You get some hands that you're in pretty good shape against to call, and then you also have the range advantage. Here we see the king jack suited just make a cold call out of the blinds. So it's going to have the jack 10 suited dominated, but Oaken will be in position. And Was, the 6-9-0, an infamous hand in poker. Just because of the value of the cards, Remco, nothing else there.
I was trying to think, what am I missing here? Jack 6 deuce, King Charles with a beautiful flop here, top pair, and the spade draw. Wasserson, by the way, and Sebas still in search for a squid button, along with Oaken. And look at this. Oaken just moves all in for 30,000 with Jack 10, and King Charles doesn't hesitate.
I guess I can't call. Maybe about 10. Yeah.
Wasserson obviously gets out of the
that's
way.
not good.
Worst
That
case
is
scenario
not
for
good.
Oaken, and the 2 10s have already been
I
folded.
knew I had the middle part pre-flop.
84,000 in the
JRB
middle.
folded the 10 of clubs, right?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, okay, I didn't even notice that. But wow.
King Charles in a terrific
So
spot.
drawn to a chop, it looks like he needs an
Oh, is that
ace
king jack of
and
spades?
a
Yeah.
deuce or a
Oh,
6.
oh,
Yeah,
good fold.
he's 2 pair on
80-20
board.
favorite,
Or
maybe? I don't even know.
More. More. He's got 2 outs, Robert. 80-20.
You got 2 outs?
I mean, this game over for Oaken on this
2
hand.
outs.
These
It
are
could
two,
be
2 10s only. As long as no spade.
Yeah,
As long as no
outs.
10 of spade.
Yeah, that's
just come ace.
Are you okay?
Oh no, even that is no good. What am I talking about?
He's at 80% mode.
And that's
And
it.
that's it.
I knew I was going
Brian
to
Oaken is going to lose this $84,000 pot. And King Charles
You have more than 30, right?
also winning 3 hands already during the squid game
Alright.
here. That's adding up quickly.
He's cooking.
He is cooking. 15K in the middle. Peter maybe regretting just calling now. 7-7-4 on the flop.
Peter with the best hand still, but can he find a way to get to showdown and actually win this, or is someone going to be betting and bluffing? Sebas with the betting lead kind of has an awful flop for his hand. No backdoors. Against 4 players, he's still going to find a continuation bet.
Well, at least Peter is not giving up right away, which is good to see.
Yeah, good point, Remco. If you are going to slow play ace-king and you get these kind of flops, you still have that equity of maybe having the best hand and the possibility of turning an ace or a king still to make the best hand.
Yeah, you know what the sick thing is that the way this hand plays, Sebas is the most likely player to have an ace, so he might try and represent that right now, which could, of course, lead to this pot bloating up even further.
Absolutely. That's exactly it. He's the most likely one to have an ace, king, ace, queen, pocket aces, and he has nothing. He has dust, queen high, so obviously he has to bluff this turn card. And Peter, slow playing ace, king is going to work out maybe for the max here if he can find... Now, the problem here is Sebas is bet big, right, 11K. Now, whatever, it's not a big bet. It's about a half pot bet. But when you get called here, the gig is up. Like, your opponent has something strong, either a slow played 7 or an ace. So he probably could give up his queen high, but I don't know, will he? Because when you get to the river and you can't win,
right,
the best bet is usually to go all in.
That's the hardest thing in poker.
To give up.
It's just surrender.
Yeah.
Wave the white flag.
But he might find it here, like I said, because when you bet 11K and you get called on this texture, your opponent's going to have something.
And he moves all in. The snap call from Peter. And look at this. Peter plays it unconventionally, hits an ace on the turn, and wins a pot worth $93,000. 5, 4, 7, 2 diamonds. My eyes quickly dancing across these cards. Seb with the overpair of jacks. Brittany with 8s is going to bet 2,000. JRB comes along, calling with the queen 5. And now Seb makes the call. Now, passive play could really lead you down some dangerous streets here.
Yeah, but in these bomb pots, you got to play passive in these spots because it's just really hard to navigate. And as we see, look at these runouts. Brittany with top set. Peter now makes a straight. He's going to bet it. Brittany snap calls, but she's got to know, look, I need the board to pair ASAP. And Sebas with a quick fold to jacks, which is good.
6啊，还没什么牌。
Oh my God. Brittany with quad 8s.
Wow. How did that happen all of a sudden?
And she gets snap called when he goes all in.
Unbelievable.
Jack high, some queen 10 flop or whatever. You maybe get it all. So that's kind of my argument there. And here we got some big hands again. Peter not going to go anywhere with 9s. This could just get him pre.
I mean, the pace of play is just mind-blowing.
Yeah, we can't even commentate as fast
We can't even finish talking about the previous hands, and there's already 50K back in the middle here. Queen, queen 10. Wasp quickly continues for 12,000.
I don't know how Peter's going to fold a pair, but he could. Okay, he doesn't. And Wasp, you know, just with one of these bluffing candidates that has equity, he gets there.
Ace on the turn.
Welcome back, everyone. $1,100 buy-in MSPT tournament. We are down to the final 3 here at the Venetian Resort Las Vegas. Guaranteed almost $89,000 current chip leader, Frenchman Samuel Bifarella, $21.4 million. He's got quite the gap over his other two opponents.
Guy won the 10K PLO WSOP last year.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to play with him.
He's not that good. It's your friend?
Good enough.
Don't look like
Eli Nakash, I believe, is who he's referring to.
Donnie knows everything.
Who is I believe also French. So.
All right, queen 6 suited here in the small blind.
The blinds are now 200,000, 400,000 with a 400K big blind ante.
King 5 off, 10 mix.
Comes with a check. Nine, 8, deuce. No one connects. King high still good. Check, check. Ace of clubs.
Burleaku just questioning, should I bluff now? I'm the one who's going to have more ace-X here. Now, granted, you don't always have to turn, you know, your king highs and queen highs into quote-unquote bluffs, but that's also one way to win the hand if you can get someone to fold a better hand as well.
550 announced. And Bifarella not buying it yet.
Sticky, sticky. This is why you don't always start bluffing with your queen highs and king highs, because you need a plan.
Well, how about that? Queen on the river drills Burleaku. He has the best hand now.
Clubs missed, Jack 10 hits, but other hands that might bluff. See, so you can kind of remove like the 6-7, the 10-7, even the Jack 10 maybe from the flop, because those might just start betting the flop. But yeah, it's kind of hard to distinguish where we reside in both ranges, given the flop went check, check, and it's a limped pot. Both players can obviously just have anything.
1.1 million here. I like this bet.
Yeah, this is a great bet, and Burleaku is basically saying, look, I have an ace, a queen, or nothing. Like missed clubs, perhaps. King high not enough to see.
Chip leader out of the way. Small hit to his stack.
Red light, man.
Next up for the Venetian Poker live streams, less than a week away on Wednesday. Brian Oken and JRB's game will be back, 100 to 200, no limit hold'em. 20K minimum buy-in there. If that's up your alley, okensgame.com,
yeah,
and you can apply. It's kind of like a job interview. I mean, not really, but
it's a credit check.
Yeah. Ace King suited for Burleaku here on the button, makes it 400. Or sorry, makes it 800.
Very big hand in ace king suited, three-handed.
Mullen.
What?
And look at this. Jack 5 suited picks the wrong time.
Why? I don't understand.
I don't either.
Valet change.
You know, you really like to just see a flop. Just call, see a flop.
Yeah, I mean, I know Jack 5 suited isn't exactly a powerhouse, but Jack 5 suited, three-handed, facing a min raise. I mean, you just call and proceed, right?
Yeah, I'm guessing you just expect the button to be raising so many hands that you just hope that they're just going to raise fold. So Ohanyan just took his chances, hoping that the opponent wouldn't have anything. But look, lo and behold, he's 35% to double up here, so he's live.
6-3 deuce. Now, Ohanyan does pick up a gutter, but spades are present. 7 of hearts on the turn.
Not dead yet.
Ohanyan looking for a jack, a 5, or a 4. Queen of spades on the end. It's not what Ohanyan needed. Burleaku finishes with a flush.
Need to come.
Ohanyan gonna collect $88,850, the largest live tournament score of his career.
Hey, good run. Look, to get this far in this massive field, that is not easy.
You want to flat a bit the heads up.
And yeah, hands like that happen.
A bit the heads up.
I don't understand.
Like, do you want to make it?
Do you want to do a deal? That's what he's asking. You want to flatten the payouts? All right, so these players are going to have a conversation, possible negotiations happening. We're going to take another short break here for about 10 minutes while they try and sort things out, and we'll come back with the details if things change. Talk to you guys in a few minutes.
has been playing extremely loose and aggressive. He is just not in the mood to fold.
But Was might be targeting hands like ace-10, right? Ace-jack typically, and like I said, just some suited ace-x, but he might not want, you know, Peter's just tormented here, and I just don't know if Was has that many bluffs when you get this kind of run out. So I think Peter could comfortably make a fold here, but it hurts.
This does not look like the kind of man who wants to fold. I think he's trying to give himself reasons to call here, even though he probably knows that he's better off folding. We've all been there.
Yeah, look, Was has been mixing up. He's been splashing around. He's been playing a lot of pots, so
Oh,
look
man.
at the face of determination
You
on
can feel
Peter.
it. You can just feel it.
There's just no pathway here to victory. This could be the best Hollywooding ever, but Was
I
is
mean,
not
we
gonna
know
go
this
anywhere.
is genuine. Peter is genuinely thinking about proceeding in the hand. Wasserson has shown a variety of bluffs. It's probably going through his mind. And he moves
Sometimes
all
I translate
in.
the change, but this time I translate the body language. This is free roll from Charles.
Wasserson with the great turn bet. It induces
Free roll from
action from
Charles.
two nines for only 40K. I mean, jeez,
I mean,
crazy.
142 in the middle.
Up to you, up to you.
And running it twice with 95% equity for 143K pot, Remco.
Peter chasing some losses. Didn't want to believe that Wasserson had it.
Peter, where?
First one goes to Wasserson. Just one out for Peter here, the 9 of clubs. 5 of hearts on the second board, and Wasserson is going to scoop an absolutely enormous pot here.
You just got to take the lumps.
All right, so Peter reloaded. He's got 119,000. And Charles makes it 4K with ace queen of spades.
Peter is
Wow.
not playing anymore, Remco.
No, Peter is literally here to try and destroy some people. He makes it 20K. Oh, and JRB comes along as well. We got 61,000 in the middle.
We haven't even seen a flop yet.
Three-way action. This is insane. 7-7-4.
Peter with the best of it with a great flop. And what is he going to do? How big?
I mean, judging by how Peter has been playing the last 30 minutes, he might just jam here.
It's not that bad of a play if he did. But instead, we're going to check it over to JRB, who checks. Okay, cunning check there. And now, Peter, please bet your hand, because this is the only way you're getting action.
JRB now open-ended, and Peter betting 20,000.
King Charles stuck in the middle with ace queen high, but pretty easy release here. And JRB going to be the one with the decision. Is he going to jam? You know, just take his equity. He doesn't think Peter maybe has pairs, and he's up and down, or is he going to call and try to see a river first? But I think JRB has an easy all-in, more or less. I mean, Peter has some probably just whiffs here, and JRB has enough equity where his sixes are probably good, or he can improve. But
wow, Charles calls with ace
Crazy.
queen high. JRB instant all in for 42,900, and now the action back on Peter.
I mean, crazy. I mean, yeah. If Charles wasn't in the middle, Peter, you know, flicks this in easy. Peter now might be considering, do I just want to jam myself?
Peter makes the call, and now we're back on Charles, who could be drawing dead. You know, if you're thinking about the kind of hands that are out there right now, Charles is going to make the call, and JRB with a straight draw and his pair of sixes, $189,000 in the middle.
I mean, JRB is uncomfortable. He needs to
Wait till
improve.
you see what he has before you decide that.
Peter
4 on the river. Peter with his pair of eights,
this.
and it goes check, check. JRB shows his sixes. That's no good.
Nice.
Peter,
JRB celebrates with him.
oh my God. Peter tables the 8s.
That's a monster
Oh
pot.
my God. After the hand he lost against Wasserson, everybody probably thought this man is just on tilt.
Without a clock and time extensions and all of that in play at these final tables, it's good. You know, there's not too much tanking. I know we've had some longer hands, but understandably so given those decisions. But you know, things are moving.
Seeing lots of love for LaPlante, for Xi in the chat. Victor has some fans. So does Sandberg. Stavia raising it up to 225 here. Gets over to Sandberg in the big blind with queen 3 of clubs. Might we peel? Yes, we will. Sandberg is going to make the call, see a flop, hoping for something with a bit of connectivity to get his chips in the middle. And we flop a flush. Holy moly. 8-6-7. Sandberg flops a queen-high flush. Stavia, let it be known, can still do one better with the 9 of clubs.
Yeah, Sandberg here just, I mean, try and contain your excitement inside. Can already feel the double up coming. Obviously, you know, you can be overflushed, yes, but unlikely so.
Sandberg peels from the big blind, flops the goods, and now, of course, looking to get the money in, and there we go. Stavia makes it very easy. A bet and a call, and Evan Sandberg's tournament life is on the line. You see it in the top left-hand corner of your screen. 1 out. Just 1 out Sandberg has to dodge, so he is very comfortable here, looking for a double up.
I feel like we're due for a straight flush. We've done enough of these streams now. I feel like we're due for a straight flush, right? I mean,
If you have to go out, might as well be doing 1 outer.
Yeah.
All right, Sandberg, be careful what you wish for. Turn and river still to come. Is Stavia going to find the miracle? Turn card is the 8 of spades. So far, so good. Stavia just needs to fade that 1 card that would make this room erupt. River card. It's the 9 of clubs!
My God.
Oh my God! Sandberg said it himself. If I go out, it might as well be against the straight flush.
He kind of willed it into existence.
I mean, this is his own fault.
We're going to see it in an hour. Oh, shit, that is so dirty.
And there's yeah.
Once again, shout out to everyone who's tuned into our stream tonight. One final time, please. Hit subscribe on the Venetian Poker Live channel.
Yeah. Just give me the pot every time.
Expand our reach. Make sure everyone knows about this game. This massive game happening every Saturday on the Venetian Poker Live channel and on PokerGo.
And, right, if there's any millionaires or wealthy people, affluent people that want to come play, JRB said, look, you show up here with 50K, 100K.
How many raises are you going to make?
Maybe we can get you in the game.
You can DM me on Twitter or find a way to contact Venetian Poker Live on social media. We will pass along your contact details to JRB as we see
You're ahead.
a massive pot building here. Brittany all in for 37,600.
We can't even plug the channel.
No. We go 2K, 11, 27.
Today I'm very lucky.
And now we are all in 77,000.
Always the queens.
Queens for the queen.
Running it twice. King 7-6.
We're doing it twice.
That shot
no,
here
please don't put the 8 out there.
JRB.
Please don't. No 8, Brittany. Please, no, just no 8.
A jack of hearts is okay.
9 on the turn. Additional
No
rounds for
8, no
JRB.
9, no 10. Okay? No 8, 9, 10. No 8, 9, 10.
Don't believe him.
No, come on, don't do that to Brittany. She's so lovely.
River card. The 6 of hearts.
That's a really, really bad card for me.
Lots of
Really
JRB's
bad
outs
card.
being mixed there. The 6-7, 2
Hearts,
hearts,
two
a
hearts.
9.
Squandered.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, second board. Oh, look at this. 7-8-4.
Every hand's
I got a chance. The sixes.
Jack or a 6
Oh, my
now.
sixes.
sixes are
Oh,
gone.
JRB to split it.
no.
6 outs. Six is dead.
Jacks are
No jacks.
You're gonna hit a jack.
We're all wild.
Lots of jacks left.
gonna have
Lots
a
of
jack.
jacks. Lots of jacks left.
Three of spades, not
Lots of
gonna do
jacks
it.
left.
Okay, chop it.
Put like a
How much, Brittany?
black 4.
All right, river card. The 10 of diamonds.
Needle.
And Brittany
What
is going
a
to double
needle.
through JRB.
He's gotten a couple
Not even
small
my
bluffs
worst
through,
quiver
but
on
now
that.
he's got a real hand.
Messed that game up so badly.
没事的，你的前面动。
Can't believe I didn't call Peter with an ace there. That was crazy.
哦，
And Isaac looks
你看到勾就
interested.
打。
但秀了勾我们不是大概率更没勾
You
了
had a。
你
spade
开始
block.
没把我当
I had 9 that hand.
没想到
I had 9 that
而
hand.
且我
I had a
我
spade
之前
block.
拿不到你的。
And JRB in the straddle with ace queen of diamonds makes it 15,000.
Those blockers don't mean shit to me.
Oh, baby. Peter with that look in his eyes,
They got the flush. They got the flush.
like I'm coming after
They got
you.
the full house.
Oh, yeah. So what else you got left there, JRB? Because I'm going to put it all in
33.
there.
33.
The excitement from Peter here.
King Jack, huh? Okay, okay.
30。
That's
King
30.
Jack up.
Peter being a little meticulous here with his bet
God
size.
dang it, really?
Puts in
Dang.
32,000.
Peter,
Easy one for Isaac here.
Peter just gets the action, doesn't
JRB knows he's...
he?
He knows he's putting it in. He doesn't know how good he is.
Why, you have a big hand? Yeah, obviously.
Nice。
All right, running it twice. 100,000 in the middle.
Ooh, I know.
JRB versus Peter.
What are you gonna do?
Oh, jack 10.
It looks worse than it
Nice
is.
hand, Peter.
JRB does have a pretty good hand here against kings.
All right, can JRB find an escape here to get his money back?
Yeah.
First flop, let's see it. And there's the diamonds.
刚才发给这个东西。
When
King
you
of
run it
diamonds.
twice, you always want to win the first one, Remco.
我
Yep.
44倍头。
That's not good for you. Not at all.
And there's the diamonds. Peter looking for a king or a 4 to make a full house. Otherwise, JRB will be free
4,
roll on
ayo,
this
sir.
hand.
4. Come on, make it fun. Fun for the viewers. 4. Oh, unlucky, unlucky. Unlucky.
He's needling as he wins.
Hayo ace, hayo ace,
Nice.
hayo ace.
You said ace.
Hayo means
Can he
there's
do it
still
twice?
aces. That's what he said.
Yeah.
There's still aces.
Jack 8-5, 2
Chopper
clubs.
good. I'm very happy. Gao Xing with the chop.
Chopper.
Chopper Gao Xing. Chopper Gao Xing.
Diamond.
Happy with the chop.
Chopper.
Welcome back, everyone.
Hey, I hope you guys were
Tristan
listening.
and I were just having a good laugh at the highlights.
Yeah, JRB speaking Mandarin, like, hushy,
Yeah.
I don't know what he was saying.
Samuel Bifarella up against Claudiu Burlacu. Heads up here for the title in the $1,100 buy-in MSPT event at the Venetian Resort Las Vegas. This is part of Venetian's Deep Stack Championship Poker Series. Adjusted payouts on your left, $141,900 now for first, $131,900 for second, playing for the difference of 10K. So flatten things a little bit. Original first place prize was 156K, so taking 15K off the top.
Playing up. I don't know. I will say.
Hey, good for them. They're heads up. They want to not play a
I'm still
50K
jet
heads up match. They want to play a 10K heads up match.
I hope it will affect you.
So are you a deal guy, non-deal guy? I know there's kind of polarizing opinions on this subject.
I am probably less of a deal guy. If a good deal presents itself, I'm not an idiot, but I'm probably would prefer just to play mostly. But if there's some life-changing money on the line, I wouldn't be opposed to finagling the numbers and playing for less.
Understood.
Yeah, in this kind of format, I probably would have preferred to play, thinking I have an edge, right? Like, look at the chip leader. The chip leader doesn't have a major advantage, but he has 25% more than second, and he's basically giving up that advantage to only play for 10K and not win another 15K. So I probably wouldn't have done a deal if I had a significant lead, although you could argue it's only 10 bigs or 15 bigs, so it's not that significant.
I know it's obviously easy to say sitting here in the booth and not being out there, but I probably wouldn't have done a deal if I was Burleaku either. And my reasoning is that I just don't deem this as like a super life-altering payout that is going to make me like really want to change things. And if I were to ever get heads up in a tournament like this, I would want to maximize my opportunity, which means winning what I could win the max. Now, yeah, if I don't take this deal, maybe I lose 15K at the end of the day, but you know, that's not going to crush me. Now, if we're talking about, like for example, the 5K WPT that's coming up at the, you know, towards the tail end of this series here at Venetian, $4 million guaranteed prize pool, like you get heads up in that. Like let's say it's $1 million for first, 600K for second, and it's like the difference in a deal is like 0 or 200K, and it's like, okay, like let's talk a little bit here, you know?
Yeah, that definitely matters a lot more, the magnitude. Since it's so top heavy, these tournaments, yeah, absolutely you should be doing deals at some point. As we see Burleaku runner his way into a full house and he gets snap called by 8s and 5s.
See, Burleaku's going to wish he didn't do that deal because now he's got the chip lead.
After one hand look, yeah. Could have got a better deal, Burleaku. No, I'm just kidding.
No,
but
we're just playing that.
But yeah, in your example, Donnie, I completely agree. Like, you know, in some of these tournaments, it's so crazy, the pay jumps. Like, if you see some of these payouts for top 3, it literally goes like massive, massive jumps. And that's where, like, to your point, I think it's much better to make a deal because, you know, these guys were playing for what, 40K heads up until now it's 10K. Like you said, it's not life-changing per se. And then there's the other side of it, the psychology of like not playing, not doing a deal, and how's that going to affect things. So yeah, you know, a million ways to look at it.
8.
And maybe we'll see, you know, the pace of play pick up a little. These guys haven't played slow by any means, but with heads up, maybe there won't be that much thinking.
Jack 6-5 by Bifarella flops an open ender here.
Jack high flop. You would think you have some bets here with ace queen, but check, and that's a very good timely check given that 7-4 might have wanted to check raise. We know they weren't folding. And now we see 7 high taking the betting lead. And Burleaku has picked up outs to the nuts.
900K is the wager here. Burleaku with 2 overs to the board. Ace high can certainly be good here in this spot if your opponent's bluffing. And then, of course, you have that draw to Broadway, so he makes the call.
Yeah, when you check back ace queen, such a strong hand on the flop, you got to kind of play defense.
And look at that, a 4 on the end gives Bifarella the best hand. Not a very strong hand, though, but does have a pair now, beats the ace high.
Doesn't need to bluff it, so he rightfully checks and takes his showdown value, which is going to be good.
Check, check, and you saw Burlaku there kind of like, wait, what, 4? Yes, 4.
And well-played hand from both players. Both realize all their equity, and 7-4 takes it.
So first place right now after the adjusted payouts, $142,000. Second place, $132,000. So things slightly adjusted. Took 15K off the top, added it to second. Of course, winning this tournament comes with the title of champion. You get the trophy. You're the one everyone remembers. No one remembers second place.
All the bragging rights.
Exactly.
All the sponsorships, the brand ambassador deals that are going to come your way.
Heck yeah. Ace King versus Ace 3 here. Jack 7-5, 2 clubs.
Either player with a club, so we do see both doing some checking.
Another club on the turn. Check, check again. 10 on the end. It's kind of a similar board to that last one we just saw.
Ace.
Check, check.
Ace, ace. A little bit better.
Ace. Ace what? Ace 3. Ace King.
And just like that, you know, we see this lead. It was even. Now it's the same 25% advantage. I guess you could call it 33% advantage. It's a third of Burleaku's stack.
These final 2 players came from a field of 1,171 entries. Everyone put up $1,100 to play in this event. Raise on the button with Jack 7. Bifarella calls. King 5. Both players hitting a pair. King 9-7. Bifarella's got top pair. Burleaku's got bottom pair. After the check-check action on the flop, Bifarella's going to lead here with trip kings. Burleaku calls. And Jack on the end. Like 2.5 or 2.6. And a quick call from Burleaku. He's going to see the bad news. It is trips for the Frenchman.
Yeah, very unlucky river there. You beat the clubs that missed. You beat some other missed draws. So one of the more natural bluff catchers he's going to have there.
Running good so far.
Bifarella approaching 25 million in chips.
Oh, sorry.
2.5 to 1 advantage over Burleaku.
Everything was going your way, Bifarella. Why'd you chop? Just kidding.
Well, it is interesting that right when they got to heads up play, he offered it. You know, normally if you're the chip leader, you kind of don't say anything. You just like, okay, whatever. Even if it's not, I mean, he didn't have the biggest chip lead in the world, but still, you kind of just like, whatever. I got the lead. I'm the one kind of in control of everything. So let's just keep that going. And maybe if we get even, maybe maybe the other guy wins a couple pots, then I bring it up. You know, I say, hey, what do you think?
Yeah.
But it was interesting that he brought it up immediately.
Yeah, I think there's a little psychology in play there, right? Like the one aspect of it is you've played this tournament so long, you've tried to get down to a winner, and now you're down to the 2. So it's like, okay, let's just take more pressure off the table and take some of the money out of play. And then the second thing is maybe he respects Burleaku. Maybe he's like, hey, this was one of the tougher players at the final table. I'm just going to approach him right now and say, hey, you want to shave something off the top? Let's just play for 10K. You're a formidable opponent, and good luck to you. And look at this. Flop goes flop one check after raising pre, and then we see a big kind of polarizing bet there, and that 10 high is going to get the queen high to fold.
Bifarella stretching out his lead further here, now up over 25 million, approaching 26 million. And Burleaku's back below 10 million.
This could be over. Any given hand, 23 big blinds heads up is nothing. Sure, you can play limps on the button. Sure, you can play post flop. But if you just have like a small pair or an offsuit ace and you're sub 20 bigs, there's not much else to do.
It's a call. It's a call.
So just the limp here in position. King 4-4.
Yeah, so lots of limping heads up when you're shorter stacked.
Check, check, another king on the turn.
Both players playing the board with their highest kicker. So jack high versus 10 high here, basically. And 10 high with some thoughts that, oh, maybe Burleaku is limping. Worse holdings. Deuce irrelevant on the river here. Jack high will win this.
10. Jack. As a value. And the pair.
So yeah, interesting to see your opponent call with 10 high there for one big blind. So I would register that into my mental notebook. Maybe have some thinner value bets, maybe check back some of those board textures a little more regularly because they might hero call a little bit more with weaker holdings.
Limp and check. Thought for a second there Burleaku might be thinking about raising that one. King Jack 4.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you have like the bottom barrel hands, you definitely can consider raising them just because the playability factor of them is so awful.
500K from Bifarella gets it done.
Otherwise, you know, you kind of default to this kind of surrendering, waving the white flag type strategy when you miss.
$25.5 million for Samuel Bifarella. Claudiu Burlacu, 9.7 million. Playing 200K, 400K here. Heads up in the $1,100 buy-in MSPT event as part of the Venetian's Deep Stack Championship Poker Series.
I'm still mad there's not another trophy from MSPT. I think we need to get the commish on the line. You give this huge trophy for the 1600, right? Like it looked like we talked about Iron Man made in the garage or something. And now these guys wade through 1,100 players to get heads up. And there's no trophy, no added bonus for them. Sure, Venetian's got a nice trophy too. But the MSPT, it's your tournament. Should have added something, a little something. All right, but either way, back to the action. Bifarella top pair. Burleaku turns bottom pair, and in the face of this pot-sized bet, nearly, surely we could just fold bottom pair.
He did go check, check on the flop. Burlaku's in there, though. Not a believer just yet. 7 of diamonds, all in the end.
Yeah, and I say fold bottom pair because if your opponent is bluffing with a 5 or a 7, they're probably going to keep barreling, and if they do have any value, they're going to keep betting too. So it's just very hard to, 1, get to showdown, and then 2, be good at showdown when you get there. And as we see, both of those things hold true right now with a bet. Burleaku facing a bet and also having the worst hand.
Interesting note there on the sizing. Went kind of big on the turn, but on the river, kind of small. So a little bit more into like the blocker category, especially with the 4-liner to a straight out there.
There is the trophy we were speaking on. The winged lion, which we saw as like, what's the name of it? Do you remember? The Venice?
I think the
The
Venice
Lion of Venice?
Yeah, I mean, don't look at me. I'm the least cultured guy in the world.
We looked it up like last month and we had to remember. But yeah. All right, ace-8 suited. This is, if I raise this and the opponent jams, I'm calling 20 big blind shove with ace-8 suited. So let's see what the big blind has. And Donnie.
Okay.
Donnie,
we could see just that.
This could be an all-in and a call here. Nope, we take a passive route, Queen Jack O. That's obviously fine as well.
King, Queen, 9. Burlaku out flopping his opponent. Check, check. Another king on the turn.
All options here present. Check, induce, maybe just try to get one street of value on the river, or start betting now and maybe go for 2 streets.
There's the bet, 900K.
And then when your ace highs check back on these flops, you can bluff catch, but we do see just a fold.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dealer change here. Claudiu Burlacu, currently second, of course. 8.8 million for him. He's been active at this final table, though. I'm sure these stats are a little bit skewed once you get into heads-up play and you're kind of just forced to play every single hand. But still, he was pretty active, all things considered, relative to his opponents at the final table throughout the day. Has played pretty well. And I think rightfully has gotten himself down to heads-up play.
Call.
Limps the button with ace-7 and a couple of 3s for Bifarella. Just rip this in.
All in.
There it is.
Ooh, and this, I mean, look, ace-7 off, kind of ugly, but your opponent doesn't have good stuff when they jam.
There is the call. So we got a flip, and we are flipping for it all. Bifarella with the pocket 3s. If those 3s hold, he is the champion here. If not, the stacks will get a bit closer. 18 million in the middle. Jack, Jack, deuce.
Usually any turn card will give more outs to the all-in player.
7 on the turn. That drills the Romanian.
Only a 3 for Bifarella.
8 on the end. Secures the double up for Burleaku. Gonna break down his stack here.
2, 4, 6,
We can see
7.
that he's going to be getting up to 18 million even
8, 6.
and takes a slight chip lead
8, 8.
over his opponent. So just like that, kind of back to square one.
8, 8.
Yes.
That could have been it, but it's not. Even stacks here, heads up. Still searching for a champion.
Raise 800.
Go.
Weighs on the button. 6-4. Burleaku calls.
Check.
Queen 6-4. Very nice flop for Bifarella.
Bottom two betting for protection and value. Heads up, you could do some trapping with your 2 pairs, but they're typically going to come from your top 2 pairs. Burleaku with some thoughts here. Backdoor clubs, 3, 4, 6.
Go.
So a little dangerous of a float here.
And there's a jack, and could be even more dangerous for Burleaku because he does now pick up a pair.
And look, if you're Bifarella here with 2 pair, bottom 2 pair, mind you, after getting called here, you want to start piling in money to target a Queen X or a Jack X or all these draws that are currently present. And that is a big target.
$3,200,000.
And I think this is where you float the flop with Jack High. You don't really want to get attached to second pair here when you connect because your opponent's showing a ton of strength. Sure, you beat the bluffs 5-7, spades 7-8, 5-3, which you block. King 10, King 9, 9-10. There are a lot of potential double barrels here. But you got to ask yourself, would my opponent choose this sizing? So I don't know what to do here, Donnie. I really don't. Obviously, we see the cards, and we see Jack 3 is beat. But in a game of ranges and balanced play, this is obviously a candidate as a bluff catcher. Deep tank though too. How does my opponent perceive that?
Well, he is going to make the call. And this pot now north of 10 million.
And still quite a bit of outs here for the Jack 3 of clubs, a Jack 3 or Queen.
I mean, if this river breaks off, it could be bad news for Burleaku. King on the end.
Check.
So some of those double barrels I mentioned get there. King 10, King 9, now make top pair. 9-10 makes a straight. Ace 10 shouldn't really be in that range, but that's obviously the nuts.
8.
8.
So the bluffs that would come from the opponent here would be miss spades with like a 10 in your hand, 5-7, 7-8 possibly with a spade. You know, and this is just a gross spot for the Jack-3 of clubs because you have a stone cold bluff catcher and your opponent could have some bluffs. But there's obviously a lot of value bets here too. 4-6, Queen Jack, Queen King, 9-10, right? I don't have to go through all of them. You guys can see. Any pair of kings or better basically could constitute enough value for a value bet.
And Burleaku could also be thinking not only those bluffs that could all be in the range for Bifarella, but the fact that he also blocks some value, having that jack. The queen jacks that you mentioned, if he's barreling flop with a king jack and then just continuing to barrel off, stuff like that, like he does beat those types of hands.
So that is a very good point. But when you're dealing with heads up and wide ranges, your opponent can have queen 4, they can have queen 6, they could just take a hand like ace queen to the max here, right? The king is kind of inconsequential. So even though they do block 2 pairs like the jack 6, the jack 4, the queen jack, there's just so much other value present here. It's tough. It's very tough. Because they could bet a queen like this. Like, let's say they have queen 10. That would probably be very borderline for value here, but anything else.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly how often Burleaku has seen some of the cards that may not have gone to showdown for Bifarella, but he has had some thinner value bets. So you mentioned a queen 10, like he could certainly be betting a queen 10 like this because he has done some thin. He had a king high value bet at one point, right? So like he's certainly a guy who's willing to search for those thinner value bets and then execute on them. So which makes it harder because if you're Burleaku, you're like, okay, this guy can value bet really thin, which makes it kind of tricky.
They just have to, for you to contemplate this call, your opponent has to be full frequency with 5-7 with a spade, 7-8 with a spade. They have to be like very out of line here because there's just so many value combos. So I don't know if we could together come up with enough bluff combos here that makes calling this bet make sense. Because so many of those hands have connected now on the river. So they have to basically be full frequency with all spades, and we can see like 6x of spades is present, 7x or jack x of spades is present, king x of spades is present, right? Which some of those wouldn't always bet. And then they'd have to be full frequency with like 5 deuce of spades, 7-8, you know, just any spade combo you can think of. That's not king x of spades. That's not jack x of spades. I mean, and Bifarella has shown a lot of strength. I bet the flop. I bet piled in money on the turn, and now I'm betting 80% pot on the river.
I mean, even going back to pre-flop, raised in position. So, like, he has all those top-of-range hands, too. You know, he has the ace-queen plus. He has, let's say, he could have ace-king with ace-king of spades. He can have aces. Like, he can have kings, you know. He can have all that stuff.
Pocket 4s, pocket 6s, queen 6 suited, queen 6 off, queen 4 off. Queen jack off, even though there's a jack dead, there's still 2 more combos plus the queen X combos. I mean, yeah, so many value combos here.
Wow, and he does pay it off.
2 pair, 6s and 4s.
2 pair getting paid, and you saw Bifarella there at the end turning it over with confidence. Once you get tanked that long against, like your confidence just inside just goes higher and higher. Like this guy's gonna call me with a 1 pair hand. This is a great spot for me, and ultimately it was. And look at the chip lead now. Bifarella up over 30 million.
Monster pot.
Yeah, just.
I can keep it like this.
And hey, look, in this game, you are guessing sometimes, right? You're making your best assumptions, but you're guessing. And that was just a guess gone wrong. But 12 bigs still exist. You're not out of this yet. 2 doubles up. You're back to even. So shake it off. Move forward.
Not sure how far he's going to be able to move with the 4 deuce off. Right into the muck.
Yeah, move it forward into the muck. That's probably the best answer there. What are your thoughts on called on river and your opponent flips 1 card at a time?
I mean,
No opinions? Doesn't matter.
It depends. Like, there has to be some additional context. Did he flipped 1, right?
He flipped 1
Yeah,
at a time.
I think it was just him. The cards were separated on the card reader, so he just quickly grabbed 1, 2 right away. Like, it wasn't like.
Yeah, I wasn't saying that was anything
No, I know,
wrong.
but I'm saying
Yeah.
there are times when somebody might be like, here, ace, and then wait.
Yeah.
Here, king. And it's like, okay, buddy. Like, what are you doing? You know, so.
Yeah, no, it's interesting because I see some people doing stuff.
And like some people, you know, they put, if they play on stream tables, you know, they'll put their cards on the reader, right? And then after the cards get scanned, they might put them back together, put a chip on them. Like, you know, Bifarella just leaves them there.
True.
So then he's just grabbing them. He's super relaxed. He's only got really 1 hand on the table. The other hand is just lounging to the side. So, but it was definitely an emphatic reveal. I mean, he obviously knew he had the best hand. No reason to not to at that point. But also must have felt good to be able to get the call.
Yeah. When your opponent's in the tank for 3 minutes and you got 2 pair, you can just smell victory. Okay, so this is a hand not good enough to shove, but good enough to limp. I think some people panic when they get really short. 12 big, still enough to work with. And a 10. And don't forget 10-5. 10-5. So that works. Fine. Okay. No big deal. But really, you don't want to like let the value of hands escape you when you're playing short stack heads up. 10-5. We just all go all in with. That's fine. No big deal. But all I'm saying is, don't panic. If you're shoving 10-5, you're probably shoving too many hands, even though it was suited.
Level about to go up here. 250K, 500K.
All right. So 6-4 suited, wanted to play in position.
Flops a 4, ace, queen, 4. Burleaku misses.
400,000.
So in these spots, you
So
know your
it's
opponent
3K
never
now?
has an ace for 10 bigs or 12
No,
bigs.
250.
So pretty easy to just c-bet those spots. All right, 10 bigs versus 60. Look at
10
that.
bigs
Look
in
at
a
the
dream.
overview, Donnie, of the chips. That's just you got a bowling rack of chips over there by the chip leader, and then just a measly couple stacks.
All in.
All in.
There's the jam from Burleaku, ace 7. So these past 2 jams from him, nothing to
Keep
play
5.
for Bifarella.
Ten 7 suited could have jammed there. but we elect to call. And we are dominating one of the bottom range hands. 10-3 off.
Queen, Jack, 9, 2 clubs.
Look at this flop.
Yeah, very nice flop. I mean, he doesn't have anything right now, but still, he has everything without having anything.
Yeah. Considering both players have a 10 in their hand, he's 50% to win when Burleaku is only 5% to win. And that 5% probably just comes in the form of a chop.
So check call, another Jack on the turn.
Check.
Neither player's got to love that Jack. And both players going to make Jacks and 10s here on the river. This will be a split pot if both players get to showdown.
Check.
10.
Showdown.
10.
10. You okay? These guys like love to just announce and then show one, and then both are like, you got to show me the other. It's fun.
Yep.
It's fun. But look, you guys are in the driver's seat. We're in the back seat. So keep it up.
Tubeless said, I knew he was going to call when he had the Jack 3, speaking about Burleaku. Too much time thinking for a fold. Think long, think wrong,
Yeah.
man. That's the rule, right?
That is true.
Ash Owen said, kid has alligator blood. Just won't go away.
Look, it's never over in a tournament. As long as you have chips, you just have to have the thought that you can still win, no matter what the situation. So I love to see the fight here from Burleaku. It's never over until the fat lady is singing. And I don't know why I'm saying that so emphatically, Donnie. I'm just, I don't know, man. You said it was a long day. You had a long night. I'm just in here trying to help out. I don't know.
Me? I had a long, I mean,
I don't know.
I'm ready to fall asleep, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I'm sure you're
About 6.
working like till 2 o'clock every night.
6 minutes
And
ago.
you got
Kind
two
of, yeah.
kids. You're waking up at 6 in the morning. I don't know how you're doing it. I don't know how you're doing it.
It's just a summer. 50 days and then I'll sleep for a while.
Yeah, you'll go into hibernation.
Pretty much.
Nine three off. Could limp. Could just give it up.
Take it.
Burleaku says thank you. Thank you for giving me a wall. Samuel Bifarella from Lily. Hometown, he grew up in Lily. Okay, Jack 7 of hearts here. You're working with about 14 bigs. I don't think all in is you don't want to go all in, I don't think. I think a limp is probably best. If we had 10 bigs, I would say no question.
Okay.
All in.
But okay, whatever.
Jam, and it's King 7 for Bifarella.
Wow,
Gives
and
it up.
look. Get a King 7 to hit the muck. That's a big win.
1 million.
See a rare raise here. The Art Tea Museum. Have you ever been to the Art Tea Museum?
No, but I drive by it a lot.
What is it?
I think it's just like a display art museum on in like the Aria area.
Oh, they just added it, right?
I think so, yeah.
Recently? Okay.
I could totally be wrong, but I'm pretty sure.
Why add an E to art? Art Tea Museum.
Just make it sound even fancier than it is, so you can charge an extra $30 for admission. Why else would you do it?
It is in that one of those high traffic areas here. And look at this, 2 queens. You love to see this. Now, a limp. Love it, love it, love it, love it. You have such a strong holding. This is about extracting value post-flop from your opponent so you can trap with the best of it and just hope that they connect. And here we do see some connection for 9-7 with a gut shot.
Check.
And queens, I wouldn't have started checking. I would not have started checking the flop, but okay. I guess we're trapping super, super hard.
Yeah, I always feel like the line between
800,000.
trapping with your big pairs in a spot like that is, I mean, this is the line. Queens, you don't. Kings and aces, you can't. Aces, you for sure can. Kings is more of a mix, and then queens is like just be betting it, right?
Yeah, look why. We see a king come on the turn. Like you need to deny the equity of king and aces and whatever. That stuff's gonna be prevalent, right? So yeah, you don't trap with 10s and jacks and queens as much as you would with aces and kings. And now here, I mean, when your opponent checks, you're typically happy to value bet. Will they not value bet because the opponent bet the turn and maybe you think they could have a king or something? I don't know. But in heads up, ranges are so wide, you can just go ahead and bet here, and if you get jammed on, then you can decide what to do.
Looks like 2 million.
Yeah, that's a really tricky hand overall. I have some other thoughts, but just leave it at that.
We are heads up here in the $1,100 buy-in MSPT event at the Venetian, part of the Deep Stack Championship Poker Series. 1,171 entries began this tournament, and these are the final 2. They did do a deal, well, a deal of sorts. They agreed to lock up a little bit more money for second, play for less money up top. So they took 15K off the original first place prize, added it to second. So 142K for first, 132K for second, playing for a difference of $10,000. But of course, there's a whole heck of a lot of pride on the line. You get to be crowned the champion, you get the trophy, pose in the winner's photo, all of that, and it means a lot to a lot of players.
Yeah, the fulfillment.
Myself included, because I can't win a damn tournament to save my life. So
it's hard. It's very hard to win a tournament. So the fulfillment you get from it, the accomplishment, the feeling of success. It is a fleeting feeling, like we heard Nick Schulman talk about last night, but it obviously is the ultimate goal for any person who enters a tournament, is to win.
Not for me. I'm just there to have fun.
Yeah, just donate. You're a donator.
No. I want to lose my mind every time I donate.
I hear you. All right, so we see some more playability here between, you know, it's not a shove fest, basically. We're working with about 18 big blinds nearly. Now this is a hand that wants to just shove, even for 18 big blinds.
All in.
There is the jam. Oh, potted by Bifarella.
Move the button.
Chipping up nicely, still trying to navigate a way to win this trophy.
Slow and steady wins the race.
I still miss the old trophy though. I'm gonna keep saying it. Tommy, bring the old trophies back. We need the actual statue of the winged lion, not this replica.
It's kind of growing on me, to be honest.
Check.
I'm not a trophy guy in general, though.
Yeah, you have never won a trophy,
Well,
so
that's why.
if maybe when you win something, you'll have an opinion on the trophy.
Just give me the money. Just give me the money, buddy. Okay.
All right, king high limps.
Bet.
Decides to just
700,000.
bet the flop with the best hand. Bifarella exits.
Sorry.
And just like that, we got 20 bigs once again. 20 bigs to 50 bigs.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you.
The new dealer coming into the box. And here we see Samuel Bifarella's chip count with 25 million. His stats there, VPIP, pre-flop raise, all the good stuff.
Yeah, but.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
That's what
Did he give you the pod last time?
I don't know.
Did he give what?
The pod.
I don't know. To be honest, I don't know.
Oh. I don't remember if the dealer pushed me the pod last time. I think so. Yeah.
It makes sense.
Yeah, but how those blinds arrived in the middle? Did you took it?
Maybe. Maybe he kept it. He kept it. Yeah.
So some question there on whether or not.
I think it's all right. Otherwise, they'll tell her in.
Burleaku actually got the pot. I just rewound the stream that I'm watching on YouTube, and it looks like he was, in fact. I mean, I'm watching him stack the chips, so.
And the money's still in the middle there. So yeah, he didn't get pushed to ante, so the dealer just kept his ante in the middle. So yeah, all kosher.
Carry on, everyone. Carry on. King 9-5, couple of hearts here. Bifarella's got a pair of nines to take the lead.
Trip nines secures this victory, but Burleaku with not much. Just a queen high. But maybe good enough to call two bigs.
1-9.
Both players have kind of similar live track records. Coming into this event, Burleaku, $32,000 in winnings, $125,000 for Bifarella. I know it's obviously more for Bifarella, but you know it's not anything too out of the realm. Just about 10 or 11 cashes for Bifarella, and just about 10 or 11 cashes for Burleaku.
Wow, but I see Bifarella started playing, recorded caches in 2024, so that's pretty relatively new.
Very new, yeah. This Burleaku goes back to 2018. The majority of his caches are over in Europe. Bifarella out of France, Burleaku out of Romania. Now listen, this is completely not fact-checked, but a chat member did say that Burleaku won the Sunday Million this year.
This
now,
year?
Again, no idea if that's true or not, but that is what the chat said.
Yeah,
I mean, he looks obviously like a really good player. Like he's not.
Yeah, both these guys very.
No, both of them for sure.
Very. Yeah, they're very, intense. They seem to follow some sound poker strategy. The Burleaku name is really escaping me, Donnie. I can't put my finger on it, but maybe it will come to me before the end of the broadcast.
Check.
But it wasn't anything really of results because he's only got, like you said, 20, 30,000 in results. So,
well, now this makes sense. If this is true from his Instagram profile, he's a BitB poker guy.
Ah.
I mean, that explains a lot.
Okay, that does.
So he's just a crusher, I guess. That's how this works, right?
I mean, look, if you're part of BitB, right, it's a stable backing for profits kind of stable, run by Patrick Leonard and Emmerichs and European, I think a couple other high stakes pros. Well, then, yeah, by all means, going to be very studied, going to be giving up a portion of his winnings for coaching, which, most people won't do that lightly. Donnie,
see, Christian
always
in the chat
investigating.
said second in the Sunday Million like 2 to 4 weeks ago. There are two of them, Robert and Claudio. So, which one had the result in the Sunday Million? Christian, let me know. The guy we're watching on our stream, or the other one, Robert? And are they related?
The Burleaku brothers?
This is how you do investigative journalism, right? You just talk to the YouTube chat. This is how it gets done.
Yeah.
The YouTube chat, these are the people
These are the people that know.
They're in the streets.
Yeah.
This is like, when you're a cop and you got the informant, on the street. These are my informants.
Yeah. Nice.
Give me the scoop, people. Let's go.
A bunch of rats in the
Because
chat.
these guys didn't write that much stuff on their bios.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, Burleaku said his occupation is poker player. Okay. He grew up in Romania. He currently lives in London. Not a lot to go off of there. For Bifarella, poker player, similar, out of France.
With his phone number.
Yeah, with his phone number. So I can give him a call afterwards and we can chat if we want to. But other than that, I don't know all that much about him.
Straight draw.
They are brothers. Look at that. See? My informants.
Wow, okay.
Thank you, informants.
Look at this. Straight draw and flush draw for Bifarella. Queen 10 high for Burleaku, but the flush comes, and Burleaku with the queen of clubs, Donnie.
Here we go.
This could be fireworks.
Are we going to see another straight flush on stream?
Oh, my gosh.
I feel like we have a knack for straight flushes here on Venetian Poker Live.
So here you don't have to go with a large size, really, because your opponent's not going to have many chips if they do call. Well, I think we see about 3 million.
So 4.5 million in the middle. Just catching up on the action here. Bifarella raised on the button to 1 million. Burleaku called. On the flop, it went
What?
check from Burleaku, bet 1 million, call. That brings us here to the turn where Burleaku checked.
2-7.
And Bifarella comes with
2-7.
2.7
million.
So there's 4.5 million in the pot. I think, you know, even just a bet of 2 million is fine, but whatever. He goes a little bit more.
Steve B in the chat said, "This is it." We're gonna find out.
So look, Queen 10 is actually a great bluff candidate too, because you have the Queen of Clubs, you have the straight draw as well. Could this be it? Now, obviously, you hope your opponent doesn't have a flush, obviously, but like you're targeting all their weaker holdings. You know, could you ever just get like an ace to fold? But nope, we're going to take our equity to the river, Donnie, and try to connect with a club, with a jack, maybe even with a queen or a 10.
Call made. This pot now up to 9.9 million. Here's the river. The 9 of spades pairs the board.
And I don't fault Burleaku for finding his way to the river, but chip leader just has too much hand here. Just dreaming of Vegas and the Mirage. Of the Golden Lion trophy on his shelf case, and he moves all in. This is going to be a big hit to Burleaku, but only about 10 big blinds out of his stack overall here. I mean, I don't think he's going to call, but we've seen crazier things happen.
And my guess is this is more just kind of saving a little face here than anything. That said, you know, I would never rule anything out from players because we have seen plenty of what we might deem wild stuff, but when people think things through, you know, they go with their reads and whatnot. So ultimately does lay it down there. And my informants are telling me that the other one, Robert, is the coach for VIP.
Oh, okay. Cool. So maybe that's where the last name is a little familiar. Okay.
Burleaku down to 14.5 big blinds after losing that pot. Big blind now is 500K.
Okay, so similar scenario. We got the 10-5 suited. We limp. 10-4-0. Checks. Check, check on the flop. Bottom pair now picks up a flush draw.
$1 million gets it done. $1 million from Jack 6-0 on the button. King 8 of diamonds could be worthy of an all-in, but instead we just decided to see a flop.
We get outflopped, but we do have some equity with a gut shot. Jack can decide to either check back, yep, or bet. And Jack 6 gonna take it here.
Check.
Probably go for a value bet now once checked all the way down. And Burleaku trying to process what the bluffs are. Could his king high be good? Totally could be here. It is not this time. But you have to ask yourself, would my opponent check a queen twice? Maybe. Would they check an ace twice? Probably not. So they literally have like a jack or nothing here. So king high does call. Unfortunately sees the bad news. Four, five, six, seven, dealt out. Bifarella out flops, Burleaku.
Check, check. 4 spades on the turn.
Okay, so gonna value own himself a little bit here, betting bottom pair. Bifarella with third pair, gonna stick around.
600,000.
Five.
Check, check. 5 is going to win it.
Yep. 3-6.
Oh boy.
He's
This is gonna chop down Burleaku's stack considerably. Almost 8 big blinds now for Burleaku. Same strategy exists. There's all-ins from the chip leader on the button. There's some limps for traps and maybe some min raising, but I think at this shallow depth territory, it's mostly all-in or fold.
Anything decent.
And there Burleaku expresses his strategy. I'm going with anything decent. It's not rocket science at this point, Donnie. He's got 6 big blinds. He's gotten the button. Any king is going to be good. Any queen's going to be good. Any ace is going to be good. Any suited connected hand is going to be good. Any connected hand like 8-9, 9-10.
All in.
10-8. Good enough.
He said call.
Not
he
good.
said call.
Some of the rail outside here. You see all the tables full. The Venetian. Hey, no gang signs on stream, buddy. I don't know what that was. That wasn't like Texas Longhorns,
There's
was
something
it?
that I want to yell right now, but I can't yell because I just don't want to. But
Okay, tell me later.
no, I mean it's nothing crazy. But there's this guy on social media that he watches like sporting events and like mostly the NBA, and he'll see like the players doing different like their 3-point celebration signs or whatever, and he'll like freeze frame it, and he'll be like, "Where are you from, man?" And then he'll like look it up. And he'll be like, "Yo, he's a fake gangster. He's from like some suburb or something, right?" Or like, he'll be like, "Oh, this person's from like an actual place where he, it's just the whole thing." It's just comedy, okay? It's just internet comedy. I don't know why I love it so much. It just is what it is. All in and a call. Here we go.
9-10 off, of course, versus ace deuce. And even though this looks ugly, it's not as ugly as it looks, as it's almost a natural coin flip. He's not a gangster. His real name's Clarence.
Yes.
And Clarence's parents have a real good marriage.
That is good. That is good.
5-3 deuce here.
5-3-2.
Doesn't really change
5-3-2.
anything. I mean, yeah, Bifarella connected with the deuce, but he still had the best hand. 9.
Ooh.
That's going to change something, though.
And that flop changes things because a 4 locks it up. A deuce wins it.
Another 9 on the end. Trips for Burleaku, and he's going to get the double
so
up.
it's 2.
Bifarella sitting back down in his chair.
That's 2. That's 3.
Shot a look over to his
4,
rail
6,
outside the glass.
4, 7, 8, 9, 50.
And we fight on.
Hey, this is why you never give up.
No.
4, 5,
5,
5.6, 5.9, 50.
5.9, 50. 5.9, 50.
Never give up.
6 mil.
And just like that, we are up to not 20 bigs, but
I was the
almost
button.
20 bigs.
Yeah, I was the button. I shoved, yeah.
17 bigs or so. It's close enough.
Okay, one more.
Let's finish this.
What?
Let's finish it.
You can give up if
Yeah, surrender. Look, if you want to quit, you could quit.
Oh, premium. Mine. Sorry. Sorry.
These guys are passing around the dealer button like the Panthers are going to pass around the puck on the Oilers tonight. Let's go, baby.
What's the series? 2-1?
2-1 Florida.
Pacers won again?
Pacers won again.
I don't understand.
I told my buddies, I said, look, watch, the Pacers are going to win about 8 to 10 points tomorrow. That was a couple days ago, and it's exactly what happened, Donnie.
Well, I mean, I hope you bet it.
No comment. No comment. Plus 1,400 if the score falls between 8 and 10 points.
Premium.
That's all I gotta say. I would never sit here and tote sport bet takes. I can't believe like ESPN.
No, you don't have to, but you can after the fact.
Brag
you can
about
talk
it.
about how great it is.
Yeah, of course, when I win. But I was watching ESPN the other day, and I'm like, man, like this used to be such a pure sport channel, and now like you got some idiots giving me like their money line bet of the night or their freaking parlay, which just is never gonna pay out, which the odds suck. And I'm just like, is this what sports entertainment has twisted into?
Yeah, I mean, gotta go get that money.
But still, like,
listen, I hear you.
Yeah.
As somebody who has a sports betting podcast myself,
All in.
but it's not exactly what you're talking about. We take kind of a bit of a different angle with it.
Is that with Rich Ryan?
Yeah.
Okay.
We play the big sports betting contests around town, and like that's what we talk about, like our picks in those contests.
Okay, so that's a little more reasonable then.
And it's actually kind of a lot. I tell a lot of poker players, like, you would probably like it because it's a lot like a poker tournament. You buy in once at the beginning, and then you can, obviously, you go through the whole thing and you try and win this massive prize at the end, just like a poker tournament. And there's also like it's not just picking the games. I mean, yes, that's a large part of it, but it's also like, listen, if the entire contest is going to do this, even if that's the best thing to do, shouldn't we do this other thing? Because if that happens to not win, then we're over here as the only one getting the point. So like that's how we, kind of go about it. So there's a little bit more strategy involved, is what I'm saying. That's why we like it.
No, that's cool. It's not just a single bet. It's an entry into a tournament where then you can navigate the tournament in a way that's more strategic than just one bet on something. Yeah.
And I mean, unless you're like one of the top, I can't imagine you can make money betting sports professionally. I mean, obviously, like the 1% of the 1% can, but just like it for some entertainment. Nothing.
Yeah,
nothing
I hear
too
that.
crazy serious. Ace Jack 6 here. This was raised by Burleaku in position. Bifarella called. Burleaku flops a flush draw, and now he's got a pair of queens, which gives him the best hand to go with that flush draw. Bifarella did flop bottom pair, and check called 1.2 million.
Look, you could have ideas of going 3 streets here, even though your kicker sucks, but you also could just check and try to improve and try to maybe get hero called by a jack or a 6 or something on the river. But this isn't the river you wanted to see.
6.
And just like that, Donnie, we got a match again.
Out of nowhere. I mean, that double up, of course, with the 10-9 has now helped propel Burleaku to pull things much back closer to even. This is kind of where we started. I think we started 19 to 15, so 20 to 14 is right there. Again, these guys did make a deal to lessen the gap between first and second, so it's 142,000 for first, 132,000 for second. Not as big of a jump, not as big of a heads-up match, but these guys, are still taking it as seriously as they would have had they been playing for 40 or 50K between them, because they have not really given an inch. They have played as serious as possible. That trophy, the title, all of it means a lot to both players. Same hand, 6-5 off for both players. And both players are open-ended. Now, it is to the bottom end. There is a flush draw present.
Same hand here. The aggressor usually benefits in these scenarios. But this is a tricky spot for both players, given that your opponent can have 9x or 10x too for bluffs. As we see the lead here. Five, 6 going to stick around. So hopefully Burleaku with some more ideas of representing a 7, going into the river. Now the problem with leading here with his exact holding is he doesn't block diamonds. That is a factor here when you think of all the hands and the scope of your range. But when you also get to the bottom barrel here, he gives up. And look at this, both players same hand. Surely 5-6 can't check back.
4.5.
There is the bet. 4.5 million announced. And Burlaku can do nothing but put his hand in the muck. And that right there, that is the power of position in this game.
That was a pretty sizable pot. About 10 bigs overall.
You already gave me 6.
Thank you.
One eight.
Can you put your card reader?
1.8.
So Burlaku limping the button with king deuce suited. Bifarella says, I don't think this one's got much playability, so let's just raise and try and end it right here. He makes it 1.8 million, 3x.
Yeah, you're not folding a suited king to an ISO. But do you want to just jam here? I don't know, you know. I'm not sure. I think we at least want to call at the bare minimum. But surely with a suited king, I mean, I guess if it was better, right? Like, but I could see hands like king 6 suited, king 7 suited, kind of maybe wanting to jam a little more there.
Ace, jack, 9.
All right, and to Donnie's point, you know, these hands have awful playability, but you get to take the range advantage. You know your opponent doesn't have an ace unless they're trapping really hard. So we just get to value bet, or c-bet, excuse me. This is obviously a bluff.
And he gets it through.
Those are big pickups. Chipping your opponent down to now 15 bigs.
Thank you.
And we see the fist pumps coming from outside the window.
They should start banging on the window, you know? Like you reference hockey, just like if they bang on the glass, that's what they should do.
That would be nice.
I mean, they'll probably get kicked out, but I think it would be cool for the shot.
Shoot, that's the kind of glass that might shatter right there with a couple swift blows. Queen 9 suited, limping the button. Offsuit king here. 15 bigs, effective. We're almost teetering.
All in.
There is the jam.
All right, Queen 9 suited hits the muck.
Could you have just jammed Queen 9 suited?
It's very close. It could be fine. It could be. I'm not certain. If you're limping Queen 10 suited there, you're limp calling mostly for 15 bigs because yeah, your opponent's gonna have trash like that. So it was very close. Two low card holdings.
Check. Check.
Another heart here on the turn gives Bifarella a flush draw.
Yeah, this is muddy territory. You check back the 7 high on the flop. Surely you could have just started putting some money in on the flop to get a weak range to
800.
fold. Now your opponent's picked up a flush draw.
800.
And we do see a raise coming in.
Raise.
No, no.
Not if you're going to get the amount. Quick fold from Burleaku.
Raise is only 2.5.
Mm-hmm.
13 or so bigs, 13 and a half bigs for Burleaku in the big blind. King 8. Shh, Donnie, this is about the territory where all ends exist.
All in.
There it is. Queen 6 off, not going to do it. So Bifarella takes that one.
Chipping away.
Give me
chipping away.
1.3 million for this one. 1.3.
1-3.
Says, look, you got all the chips over there. Let me get rid of some of these small chips.
Yeah.
These are bad luck chips. I was going to say, he looks ready to go. Comes with a limp. Also fine.
King 9-6, 2 clubs.
Could start value betting your 9 here. And with a gut shot, with a couple cards over the 6, 1 card over the 9, yeah, we're going to call backdoor flush draw.
Ace of diamonds appears on 4th Street. Bifarella checking again.
Yeah, if you're the in-position player here, Burleaku on the button, the ace is basically a brick because you know your opponent never has an ace. Unless they're just, again, trapping with maybe like a weak suited ace or something. So yeah, for him to go and bet again is comfortable.
1.1.
And he can deny equity from that kind of type of hand.
Yeah, we're at the stage of the tournament now where you would expect anyone with an ace to just put it in, you know. So once you know that, unless they're
trapping,
right?
yeah.
You know, but for the most part, there's obviously more aces that are just going to jam versus trapping. So you can kind of rule them out in the limp pots to the majority of the degree. I mean, nothing is 100 and 0, but let's call it, I don't know, 95-5.
Yeah, like
people aren't going to have the aces.
Yeah, you're basically never going to trap with an offsuit ace because the playability of those suck.
All in.
You maybe trap with some suited aces that are really like ace deuce suited, ace 3 suited, ace 5
Big
suited.
ante.
But at this stack depth,
Keep
just
Dante.
any ace has so much value that
To keep Dante.
it's probably only going to come from pocket aces. Is really the only ace holding that is going to trap. Now, don't get me wrong. You could limp the button and trap and hope that your opponent jams or something. But I'm saying to call and see a flop, you probably are not going to have an ace.
Big blind is currently 600K. short stack. The effective stack is Burleaku with 7.7 million. And he gets jacks. A very welcome sight when you're trying to claw back.
And we do see the limp again, and this is a good strategy.
Queen 7 suited here. Bifarella's gonna check.
So you don't mind limping your monster hands here because you don't mind taking this equity to the flop. Like, okay, my opponent has 1 overcard, whatever. At least that gives them the opportunity to connect with the flop, and you can get value. And it's hard to make a pair heads up. So when you start with one of these high pairs, it's kind of natural to want to trap with them. Or maybe not natural for most, but it's natural in the structure of the game to trap.
800 is the bet, and a fold.
And look, you could still do some min raising. You don't have to limp there, right? Like, you limp because the expectation of the big blinds range to go all in is very wide. So like, you limp there because the big blind just has to wake up with an ace.
We can do earlier, like we can do this and
You can play if you are okay with it.
I want to go to bathroom.
Ah.
All right, 1 bathroom, 1 pee break requested.
Ace queen.
If it goes that far.
Offsuit variety here. And he comes with a limp.
And ace 6
and it's
suited.
ace 6 suited. We might not hit that bathroom break.
But this is one of the traps I was talking about. But no, he goes all in.
Jam, and there is the quick call from the ace queen.
Wow. Well, that bathroom break doesn't need to wait
shot,
much
down.
longer, maybe, because it might be all over here.
Burlaku all in and at risk here. Tournament on the line. He's got ace 6 of clubs. Samuel Bifarella has him dominated. Ace 10, 9, 2 hearts.
A cooler of search.
Yeah, Burlaku still needs a 6. Deuce of hearts, that's going to remove an out because the queen of hearts belongs to Bifarella. And look at him, he's pacing, he can feel it.
He's going to shake his hand already. He knows it's almost over.
And the 10 of clubs on the end does seal it. Samuel Bifarella out of France is the champion of the $1,100 MSPT event here at the Venetian Resort Las Vegas. He takes home just shy of $142,000. He topped a field of 1,171 entries. Claudiu Burlacu can hold his head high, $132,000 for him for second place. Played very well all throughout the final table. But this day belongs to the Frenchman. He comes out on top, and as he said earlier, he's going to be free rolling the summer, baby. For Tristan Wade, my name is Donnie Peters. We'll be back on Wednesday for Brian Oken and JRB's game. There you go, buddy. Hold that trophy high. Smile wide. You're the champ. Have a good evening, everyone. We'll talk to you next time.